Good day, mates. I'm Nyttel, and welcome to Asagao Academy. Specifically, welcome to Nyttel's Lost Book Club, Episode 3 of Asagao Academy. Last time we left off, got the best ending for Shane's run. And so we are back at the point in which we split the paths in this really quiet screen. I'm also going to change that real quick, so there's less there. And so we are at this point in our adventure where we get to pick another person to romance. Hi. We picked Shane last time. This time, several people in the Discord are like, oh hey, we should do Satch's room. So, you know what? We're going to. It's time to read once more.
Satch.
Single ass Satch.
Aww.
Oh, select the mature type. Protecting, strong, and silent. Hey. Well, go on.
What?
What?
Uh-huh.
Go on and get your man. Maybe now?
Yeah!
Yeah. I hit me on the back and practically shoved me towards the door. As I began to leave, my legs turned jellies while Bob slowed my vision. What? Go! I was tossing cherry blossom petals over my head. Don't get the senpai to notice you. I beamed at me.
Yeah!
No time to talk, Hana. This is gonna be your big day. You're the main character. Unless you messed up real badly, you'll definitely be a good dancer. I've messed up a lot, though. Just go! With a final shove, I was out the door. Now, where would I find him? Excuse me. Librarian says, what? He, Satch here? That good for nothing boy? No, he definitely is not. What? Did you just call him? I'm sure he's off somewhere trying to find the books he lost. A pang hit my stomach. Was this related to the book I didn't turn in on time? Thank you. If you find him, tell him not to return unless he has the books. Yes, ma'am. Satch. What? Was he okay? But if he wasn't in the library, perhaps he...
Hey.
Yes?
Hana.
Oh, Hana, what brings you here?
Are you alright? I checked the library, but...
Oh. He stepped back and held the door open wider. Would you like to come in? Satch's room wasn't what I expected it to be. I thought there would be a lot of books. There were, but there were also rows and rows of manga, comic books, action figures, and various nerdy paraphernalia. Shelves were kept exceedingly neat and looked as if they had been dusted recently. Almost everything seemed to be in order, but there was a sort of messy quality to it as several piles of papers and our knickknacks pushed out of reach wouldn't fly. On top of that, a strange humming came from the closet. Sorry if she was mean to you. Oh, right. Few library books haven't been turned in on time, and she thinks they're missing. And since they went missing on my shift, she's holding me responsible. And your... Horror struck me. Is my book one of them? Satch smiled sheepishly. Oh no, I'm so sorry, Satch.
No.
Not a problem. Not just you, anyway. I know that now if I get back to you, will you be able to go back to work? Don't need to worry about me, Hana. This happens every now and then. Although getting the book back would be helpful. Thank you. I'm so sorry. No, it's not your fault. She's being a bit unreasonable. But, what were you looking for me for? Oh, right. How was I supposed to ask him to the flower festival now? I was going to ask. I looked wildly around the room for some sort of help. If you wanted,
Drink?
A drink with you.
Yes, not alcoholic or anything, but we could go together.
I would be delighted. Maybe we could attend the flower festival together tomorrow and grab a drink there. Beamed up at him and he chuckled. Something about the way he adjusted his glasses made me think he knew that was why I was here in the first place.
See you later.
Great, I'll see you tomorrow.
I'm working in the morning, so I'll pick you up around 6.
Thank you, Satch.
Hana.
No, Hana, thank you. I woke up late the next morning, day of our festival. I was busy transition, but because of that, it took forever to wake up. Now it's almost noon, and I rubbed my eyes as I rose.
Hana.
Hey there, sleepyhead. Good morning. You slept even later than I did. That's impressive, Hana. I sat up in bed, and something on the edge of my desk caught my eye.
Hey,
What's that?
I don't know.
And that?
Letter for you, came in the mail this morning, so I just had it. I scrambled out of bed and into my desk chair, ripping open the letter.
Oh, geez, calm down. It's not going anywhere.
Turning away from her, I started to read. We have read this letter before, when we did Shane's route. This part of the dialogue is the same. Little Blossom, how have you been doing these past few weeks? I'm sorry I found time right. Your pa's been working hard lately, and I seem to go right to sleep like at home. I know things are difficult for you here, and I hope that you're having a better time where you are now. It isn't the same without you here. There's a quick cherryness and washing your teeth with you, and most of all, your pink hair bobbing around the kitchen. Hana, I know you feel bad about the pressure this is supporting me, but don't. I do this because I love you. There is nothing I want more in this world than your happiness. I miss you, Hana. Be strong. Your Papa. And trembled, tears filled my eyes. I hadn't written to him since arriving at Asagao, as many times a day as it crossed my mind, just with other things. Must be worried sick, and now things, he was also depressed. I miss my father, I miss my home, miss helping him. Wasn't around to cook him breakfast, he also never ate. He kept saying it was fine, but he was getting older without mom there to take care of him.
Are you okay?
I wiped my eyes on my sleeves. Sleep.
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm just... I miss my dad.
I picked up a pencil and paper and began to write, trying hard to block out tears. Eventually my turn to her own work to let me be.
Dad, doing really great here. This has been the best change of my life. I have a best friend and I might join a club. I even have a date. You sacrificed so much to bring me here. I know I hardly had any choice with the way things were going. I was spoiled and ungrateful, but you always did whatever was necessary for me. I miss you so much, but thank you. I know this is a huge sacrifice. Please eat well and take care of yourself. Remember to glass of water in the morning, one before bed. Have breakfast. Scrambled eggs are easy to make. Got a smiley face on them, ketchup, just like I would if I was there. I was on my load through that, so make sure you do it.
I can understand the appeal of ketchup and eggs, if only because I can understand the concept of an omelet that might have diced tomatoes in it, but that's besides the point.
I miss you. And tell Mom happy birthday.
That's sad. I came out of the girls' dorm early, intending to wait for Satch, which to my surprise...
So,
Hey Hana, you're finished early. Satch was waiting on the front step, a cherry blossom in his hands.
Hello.
Did I be saying that for you?
It's rude to keep away waiting, is it? He laughed, but I could see his face change color slightly. That seemed more like something Jared would say than something Satch would say. He wouldn't have gone and asked Jared for help on this, would he? They were roommates. I got this for you. It reminded me of you, so... He is blushing a little bit. What the hell? He held a flower out to me.
Oh, thank you.
I grabbed it, somewhat unsure of what to do with it. Maybe I should put it in my hair? I reached up to the back of my head, but I couldn't quite feel where my bow was tied, so I couldn't figure out where to put it in. Would you like me to help you? My heart skipped a beat.
Yeah.
Sure.
He took the flower from my hands and reached around my head, fixing the flower to my bow. I stared at the zipper on his jacket, trying not to think about how close our faces were or how if I just looked up. There, looks beautiful. We don't actually see the flower in this portrait, but it's there somewhere.
Yeah, thank you. That was really sweet.
Should we check out the bonfire first?
Sure, let's go.
To the bonfire! A giant bonfire burned in a field a short walk away from the festival. Look at this thing! This is less of a bonfire and more of a, I don't know, a normal fire? Whatever. Not many people were there. Most people were keen to get food and drinks before meeting up again here, as a dance would be held as the final event of the night. Satch pulled his hoodie closer around himself despite the heat.
Really weird to see you out of your uniform.
I could say the same for you. But I really like it, so I won't. I smoothed the front of my yukata, face aflame.
It's strange to see you in such casual clothes, though.
What did you think I would wear?
To be honest, I had this image of you in a professor's suit. Smoking a pipe?
What?
He said it best himself. What?
Oh, hello, you two.
Michizuka appeared from out of nowhere and stepped between us, slithering her arms around our necks. Her eyes darted from me to Satch and narrowed.
Out having fun, are we?
She was not in a good mood.
No.
Not really, not at all.
Don't lie to me.
She stumbled out from between us, almost walking to the fire. I reached out to grab her, but instead she whirled around, pointing right at us. Was she drunk?
You think your young love is so great? Well, it's not. It's...
She yawned and looked at us.
What was I saying? It's nice out tonight.
She flung out a hand and grasped my shoulder.
I need to tell you something, but it's a secret. Don't tell anybody.
She leaned into my ear. I could smell the alcohol in her breath. Definitely drunk.
You're my favorite students.
She pulled away and looked deep into my eyes.
Thank you? Stop being in love. Look, fruit baskets.
She wobbled away from us, heading straight for the stalls. Oh boy.
He didn't look too good. Should we go after her?
It wouldn't hurt to keep an eye on her. We followed her to the festival stalls, where she entered the thickest part of the crowd.
Miss Shizuka.
We tried hard to politely push our way through, but the flow of the crowd was against us, and Mitsuka vanished from sight.
Oh no. Now what are we gonna do?
Hey,
Hey, look. Satch pulled me to a quiet part of the road and pointed at a small child. The kid was standing next to a tank of goldfish, imitating their movements.
He's so cute.
Satch nodded. After a few seconds, he came again and looked sad.
You think we should... Satch?
Satch wasn't next to me anymore. I glanced back at the kid, and there Satch was, kneeling next to him. And for today's drink, I don't actually have coffee. I have a energy drink on hand instead. Strawberry apple flavored. Not bad, actually. So whenever you hear a sip, it'll be because of that, not coffee. He stood and held the 3 fingers out to the man behind the goldfish tank. The man gave Satch 3 paper-thin paddles, and Satch kneeled down beside the boy, coaching the child through catching the goldfish. First paddle broke almost immediately as the boy thrust it into the water. The second time, he listened more closely to Satch, lured the fish into the paddle and lifted, but the paddle broke. On the last paddle, fish came more quickly, and the boy lifted it out of the water with ease. The man behind us all bagged the goldfish and handed it to the little boy. Satch made motions that suggested, "Don't shake the bag." The boy hugged Satch around the middle and then was carefully off. Within seconds, he disappeared into the crowd. Sorry about that.
Satch.
That was really nice of you.
What? Oh, I would have wanted the same thing. Plus it'd be good for him to learn to take care of something. Kid knew a lot about fish. Maybe he'll grow up to be a marine biologist or something.
You're really sweet.
Really?
Am I? I'll take your word for it.
My turn.
I dashed to the side of the tank. The old man running it laughed as I traded my money for the paper paddles. Guess I'll have to help you too. Alright. CG number 1. Why don't you go for that little guy? Goldfish. Fun fact, they can grow to a very large size. That's why putting them in the small fish bowls is a bad idea.
So cute. Are you sure you don't want to come home with me, though?
Yeah.
Of course, I'm sure. I want to be lucky to go home with you. I didn't mean that the way it came out.
Anyways, I guess I just have to...
I dipped my paddle into the cool water, watching his bubbles form over my skin.
And then I'll just wait for him to swim over to me.
Fish came into my paddle, but when I lifted up, it broke around him.
No.
Kept underwater too long. That'll soften the paper and make it easier for it to break.
Then how am I going to get it out?
Give another shot. Your technique, fine. As long as you can attract the fish, all will be well.
Attract the fish.
Close my eyes and harness my energy.
Attracting the fish.
I will take good care of him. I will feed him and love him and hide him from anything that would try to harm him. Like George. Fishy, 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 please sense my love. I'm sending it to you. I dipped my hand into the water, sending out all the waves of goodwill I could muster. Now gently pull up. I did as Satch suggested and felt a slight weight on the paper as I pulled. Suddenly I heard the sound of splashing.
Yay!
My fish!
I hurriedly tipped the wand over the bowl and sent the fish sliding in. The little black goldfish. Got a black one. Swam around the inside, carefully bumping against the sides.
I did it! We did it!
You did it.
No, we did it!
I resisted the urge to bounce up and down until after I handed the bowl to the man at the booth who gave Satch this thing cap.
I'm guessing you won't be allowed another round.
Oh good. Where are you going to name him?
You should name him. I wouldn't have been able to catch you without your help.
Let's name him Oscar.
What?
Hi, Oscar.
I've always had a fondness for that name.
Yeah.
Oscar it is.
The old man handed me the bag and a little pouch containing a small amount of fish food. I clutched both to my chest.
I'll take good care of him. We can go to the pet store and find him a bowl and... Oh, I'll need to borrow a book for goldfish in the library.
I didn't peg you for an animal lover. I turned to him, tears prickling my eyes.
Well...
I was never allowed to have a pet, but it was all I ever wanted.
What?
Whoa. That rubbed my arm, grinning at me. But I could help you dream come true.
Hey.
But now that we've got Oscar, we have to take care of ourselves, too. Come on, let's go try that taiyaki. As we approached the taiyaki line, we saw two familiar people.
Hey, isn't that...
Sup?
Hey guys.
Hello.
Fancy meeting the two of you here at the taiyaki booth. It is the most such thing on the face of the planet, so...
We're almost out of batter too, so we came just in time. Why don't you wait with us? Ollie smiled warmly at us, but Caddy paled.
Yeah.
That's really nice of you. We'd love to. So, how's tournament prep going? I'm actually really happy with...
Ah!
Caddy stepped forward, darting a look at Wally that made him shut up. We shouldn't be talking with them about this. Right, smart. Caddy pulled Wally towards him and whispered something in his ear. After a second, Wally's eyes went wide.
What?
You what? Please be quiet. Guess that makes sense, but...
Well...
They're our friends, it wouldn't matter if we... Caddy first, you whispered in Wally's ear again. Oh, that's smart. That's super smart. Please don't blab about this. My lips are completely sealed when I have ever blabbed about something private. Aren't you the person who keeps tweeting out your game store codes? Point taken. I think you'll both understand what I mean when I say that we should probably get going. Nothing personal, just tactics and all that. Yeah, tactics.
Okay. All
Is
right.
that how you're gonna play it? That's fine, because we've got a secret weapon there. Then Hana? I mean, that's not Caddy. Hana. Y'all know about Hana. Oh. This is exactly why you've got to keep things under wraps. Anyway, we'll see you guys again soon.
Bye.
Let's have burgers sometime. Caddy pulled it off into the night, and we ordered our taiyaki. Red bean paste is the best.
What?
What? Apple cinnamon all the way. It's like a purple apple pie. Hanging on Satch was nice. It was fun, it was easy, and it was, above all else, relaxing. He was warm, funny, and supremely kind-hearted. Sometimes it was difficult to follow what he was saying, especially when he got into a more theoretical tangent. Later to speak my identity, I was one to dissect at which specific point in the trajectory of a single issue's overall scope to a point of insemination. But he was always engaging, always passionate. I wanted to spend more and more time with him, but...
I should probably head back. I'm worried about Oscar.
It's a little early, but...
You know, I'm gonna miss Final Dance, but I think the water temperature has been stable, and I'm so afraid...
Satch nodded. You're right, Oscar's life is so important to both of ours. We must make sacrifice for the ones we love, after all.
Thank you so much for understanding.
No problem. I'll walk you back. We were quiet as we headed through campus. Satch was deep in thought, and I felt worse and worse for leaving him before the festival was officially over.
Sorry I'm leaving so early.
What?
Huh? No, don't be. And he went back to a thoughtful silence. Wasn't sure what to do. It didn't seem like he was mad at me, so maybe it was better not to interrupt him. Finally made it to the front of the dorm and Satch smiled. I wanted to show you something after the festival, but I think it's better that we put it off for a bit. If I wait, I can put a little bit more work into it, and then...
Copacetic.
Well, you'll see. I'm really pumped for it now. Gonna get to work on it. Thank you so much for attending the festival with me.
No problem, anytime, I'd love to.
Stupid. What a stupid thing to say. I'm really glad it was you that I got to spend it with. You're very... Well then, I should go. He raised his arms slightly and hesitated, dancing between one foot and another. Finally, he leaned it down and hugged me. Dot.
Be good.
Well, I'll see you tomorrow.
See you later.
Yeah, definitely, bye.
I'm not sure who fled faster, him or me. When I got back to the dorm room, I wasn't around. I carefully set Oscar down and went about getting him set up and settled in.
Oscar, your daddy's a wonderful man. Did you know that?
Oscar opened and closed his mouth.
Don't give me that sass.
In the distance, drums started to beat, signaling the beginning of the festival dance.
I got something better than a dance. I got an Oscar.
I smiled and set Oscar's bag in his makeshift bowl, giving the water temperatures a chance to equalize. A new pet, and a new romance. If I was lucky enough. What a great night. We went to lunch Day after the festival, the Boots Club wasn't at their table.
That's strange. It's fine, let's just grab our own table today. They probably have a secret club meeting or something.
Together we moved to an empty table in the back of the cafeteria. Sitting there eating my mushy pea and miso soup, a memory starting to flash from my mind.
Oh. Hi, don't you remember eating here before? Yeah, back in the very beginning of the school year, before Paul got ice cream all over me and we joined the Boots table.
Set her chopsticks down and stroked her chin thoughtfully.
Real.
Now that you mention it, yeah, you're right. Wow, things have really changed since then. Yeah, I used to not have any friends, I was so scared. You might have not known this, but it was the same way for me back then.
Really?
Really? I was never really popular, you might say, with the girls here. They found me pretty annoying. Most of my friends I was never really close to. But look at us now, not really best friends.
Yeah.
But we've also got an even larger group of great friends. Yeah,
Hana.
thanks, Hana. What? If it wasn't for you getting ice cream smushed all over you, I'd still be in the same boat as last year. You're welcome.
Burst of chatter brought her attention to the front of the cafeteria.
Oh, there they are.
Normal Boots men were strolling through the room. Mine and I started gathering our things, trying to join them at the usual table, but they walked right past it and continued on to ours.
Looks like they'll be joining us here.
We moved over a dozen or so seats to make room for them, but when they reached our table, they stood around it. No one said a word.
Aren't you going to sit?
Peabody shifted uncomfortably.
There's
Something we need to talk to you about. You took them, didn't you?
Pardon?
The boots. You've taken the golden boots.
No.
No, we didn't take them. What's going on?
The statue of the boots has been stolen. Well,
What the hell?
No, not the boots. You guys practically worship the thing.
we do worship it.
What? That's awful, but why are you guys being so weird?
You were looking at the boots the other day. More silence followed.
So?
I think you know what I'm implying.
I don't know though. Hana and Mai? Never would have thought they could do it.
You could never trust pink-haired girls. My heart sunk.
Hana.
But Hana's so harmless.
Especially compared to Mai.
What?
What was that?
Duh.
Nothing.
Come on, guys. You don't really think we did it, do you?
They shifted uncomfortably. PBG looked away. Dick and Josh busied themselves making faces at one another.
Do you?
I looked at Satch. Surely he would know that I couldn't have done it.
I spent the night at the festival with Satch. I was with him. There's no way I could have done it.
Satch was avoiding on my eyes. She's waiting at something on the wall.
Satch?
Well, you did leave early to do something.
Take care of Oscar. Please a day early to look after a fish.
Exactly.
You gotta be kidding me. I'm innocent.
It's not my fault.
So am I. Are you guys our friends?
We thought you were Oz. Look, it might be better if we calm down and return to this later, okay?
What?
It was too late. Shane led the club back to their own table where they buried their heads together in a whispered conversation.
Can't believe this.
Oh,
Hon,
no.
I'm sorry. If I had the stolen key to look at the boots, they would have suspected us.
I looked at mine, suddenly feeling like I could see her for the first time.
You didn't steal them, right?
What?
What? Like you said, he didn't steal the key, and he said he had sticky fingers, so...
I can't believe this.
She said herself.
How can you say something like that to me? Don't you trust me at all? Can't even.
She gathered up her things.
But it's only logical. I just want straight answers, not...
It's not my fault.
Oh, of course I didn't take them. Are you kidding me? You think I would do something to hurt any of my friends, not to mention Jared?
This is so stupid!
I'm leaving. Have fun by yourself.
He stormed off, shutting the cafeteria door with a bang. How did this happen? In a matter of minutes, I not only lost all the new friends I made and any chance to join Orbit's club, but I also lost my best friend and the person I'd be rooming with all year. I stared at my food, sorry I wasn't hungry anymore. The carrier lunch grew louder and louder until it seemed unbearable. I had to get out of there. Shoving away in my tray, I got up and headed out of the cafeteria, away from all the people, into my only sanctuary, my room. Stood trembling in the doorway of our room. Thankfully, mine wasn't there. I glanced out the window. Class will be starting soon. 4 a.m. lunch, or go back to our respective classrooms. I wouldn't miss class, but I didn't. How could this have happened? I sat inside of my bed. I thought I was finally fitting in somewhere. I thought I finally made friends. But I lost it all in a matter of seconds. This was so stupid. The room blurred as I started to cry. This was so stupid. Why did we go look at the boots without asking? Everyone thought we were... I heaved a sob, not bothering to try and keep quiet. Everyone was at class now anyways.
Hana?
Hana? I jumped. Satch poked his head around my door. The door I forgot to lock.
What are you doing here?
I hastily wiped my cheeks on the arm of my blazer, but it was too late. I could tell from the expression on Satch's face that he knew I was crying. He crept into the middle of the room, not moving any closer to me. I don't think you did it.
You don't?
No.
No. The Hana I know would never hurt another person. So you might have noticed that if you watch the opening of this game, almost nothing from Satch's route is shown at all, except for this quote here. There's a reason for that. We'll figure it out later. She would never take something that didn't belong to her. She's too kind to do something like that. Tears rolled down my cheeks again.
Satch.
Satch.
I don't think I did either. Alright, create proof of Z before I can clear your names. I need to do a thing real quick. Sorry about that. I had something in my throat, and nose was uncomfortable. Even though it's supposed to be innocent until proven guilty, it never works out that way. Not when it comes to people's hearts.
Satch.
Satch.
I'm going to try to figure out who did this, okay? I nodded. Until then, it's probably best for you and Maya to lay low.
Yeah.
I'll handle this.
What?
That shook his head. I mean it. I'll take care of this.
Thank you, Satch.
He nodded. He took a step towards me, reaching out as though he wanted to pat me on the shoulder, but seemed to think better of it. I'll see you around. With that, he left. I sat quietly on my bed, thinking over what happened. He said he believed us to be innocent, but I never seen him so stiff and formal. He seemed 1,000 miles away from me. I thought of the fun we had at the Flower Festival, how we laughed and shared food and hugged. As much as he'd say he didn't believe it, some part of him didn't trust me. Even Satch was down my character, albeit in the most logical way possible. Grief throttled my heart. I wanted to get to know him better, but it seemed like there was no chance for that now. Everything was too much. I was so tired. I lay down against my bed and closed my sore eyes. They were going to be swollen. Just like that, I fell asleep. Chapter 2 of Satch Man. Sat up, momentarily disoriented.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey.
Hey.
I must have fallen asleep. Now the room was lit with warm orange glow, the sun just starting to set. It was happy and calm, but eased my mood slightly as I smiled at Mai. She avoided my eyes, instead marching over to her desk. With a brisk movement, she shoved a stack of papers and books to the floor. Then she yanked out each of her drawers and one by one dumped them over her desk. Pencils, wash toys, erasers, little bits of food, and a surprising number of keys piled onto the smooth white wood.
Oh, hey. That's my Kirby pen. So that's where I got off to.
I grabbed the pen and handed it to me without even looking at me. She stared at her desk for a few seconds, seemingly thinking. Then she began to pick through the pieces, sorting them to size and color. Her hands moved frantically, moving about the piles even when she had nothing in her hands.
Hey, Mai.
Her foot tapped incessantly against the floor. She tilted her head towards me but didn't respond. It took a few seconds to realize that I was the reason she was acting this way. Her hand cupped up my shoulders. I pieced together what happened just before I fell asleep. Stress or no stress, that was no way to treat my friend. I was definitely in the wrong here. Time to own up.
I'm sorry about today that I accused you. I didn't mean to. I don't think you did it. I believe that you didn't do it. I mean, I trust you. I shouldn't have attacked you just because I was afraid. I was scapegoating. I was really wrong.
Her constant movement stopped. She sat back slightly, then her shoulders heaved as she took a deep breath.
Thank you.
She returned to her pens and papers, but this time she was more calm and started actually putting the stuff back into her drawers. I turned away from her. Needing something to cuddle, I grabbed Mr. Bunny and snuggled into his fur. Mr. Bunny. It was wrong of me to accuse her. Definitely was, but at the same time I did.
How could you say something like that to me?
She got so mad, even leaving the room. In a situation like that, it'd be normal to ask who did it. I wasn't entirely sure her reaction was warranted. She was so defensive about it. As much as I'd rather not acknowledge it, it was suspicious. But Mai was my friend. Said she didn't do it. Well, I should trust her, right? Trust me and I have to believe that's only even when there was evidence to the contrary?
Oh. Satch came by. He also thinks we didn't do it, and he's gonna try to figure out who took the boots.
I stopped sorting her stuff again, seemingly struck.
Really?
Really? There's no need for him to do that. Why would he go so far for us? Satch is such a good person. He really is. He wants us to lay low while he looks for evidence. That's fine. I don't feel like parading around right now anyways.
As the sun faded slowly from view, the stillness in our room began to irk me. I didn't want to leave the room, not for what happened today, but inside our dorm, it was insulated, stuffy. Even though time clearly passed, I was caught in a standstill. Satch was trying to save us. There wasn't any reason for him to do such a thing. We went to the flower festival together, sure, but what happened there was nowhere near justification for him to stick his neck out for us. He'd known us, what, a month? And he was fighting against friends he had for who knows how long. Who knows how long? I didn't even know that about him, did I? Yet, now that I thought about it, he saved my neck with the overdue book, too. He put his job on the line and never told me. Probably wouldn't ever have let me know, either. He took on so much for other people and hardly ever talked about it. Why, just because he thought it was right? And here I was, sitting in my room like a fearful child, cuddling a rabbit. I didn't even think he was wrong that we should lay low. It looked really suspicious for me to be meddling around now, but I couldn't just sit here and do nothing. Some library books have gone missing. Oh! That's it! I could help him find those library books! Working at the library was what helped him pay to go to Asagao, after all. It'd be really bad if he got in trouble or even got fired. Granted, it wasn't his fault. It was probably the librarian's, but she was the one with the power. and he wouldn't have time to find out if he was trying to clear my name. Of course, he'd never let me do it if he knew that I was helping him, so I just wouldn't mention it. Knowing that there was still something I could do to help someone who was himself so helpful made me feel tons better.
Hey!
Hey, do you want to work on that geography homework tonight, together? I never could remember where the Mushroom Kingdom is.
I snapped out of her stupor with a jolt.
Huh? Oh, sure.
With a renewed sense of purpose, mine and I got to work. Things wouldn't stay like this for long. It was just a matter of time before it blew over. Mine and I faced each other in the stairwell, hearts pumping fast.
Are you ready?
I took a deep breath. There was nothing for it. We'd have to face him eventually. Might as well be now.
Yeah, let's do this.
Together we stepped into the hallway. Immediately ahead of us, Jared and PBG were grouped around a locker, whispering each other with dark looks.
Hey, guys.
Even from across the hall, the looks on their faces were priceless. We approached them. So far, so good. They hadn't run.
Oh,
How are you two doing this fine day?
Well, we're swell.
I winced. My voice was so high-pitched, even I was hurting from it. I elbowed Jared and decided a casual chuckle.
Ready for that quiz?
Not in your grade. Right. I met PBG. I was talking to him, so are you? PBG glanced around in desperation, finally locking eyes with Jared in a plea for help. Oops, I have to go now. I was supposed to meet a person at my locker for some ladles. Ladles? PBG grabbed Jared's arm, clinging for dear life.
bye.
Bye. Jared ripped his arm away and dashed up the stairs.
Oh.
Damn, no wonder you're so popular. You could probably medal in track of legs like those. Turning to face PBG, I smiled brightly. PBG was always friendly. He always considered his feelings. He'd probably be okay with us.
Well, ready for class?
PBG glanced from the books in his hands to his locker.
Uh,
Yeah, I, forgot that I also needed... He walked away.
I can't believe
They
this.
just left? What the heck was that? It was a little much to assume things just go normal right away. Not that things should go to normal, but couldn't there have been a little decency? They were acting like they were glittering vampires or something. And that's a lot, considering that Jared is always glittering. But that's besides the point. I wanted to console her, to say something encouraging, but my mind was completely blank. The thoughts, a feeling pounded its way through my skull and down to my heart. Betrayal. It's like that moment in Coder 2 where Kratos says, Betrayal. Oh, I thought we were friends.
this sucks.
I was so close to Jared, the closer I'd ever been before, and now he's threw it away than ever. It's not even because I freaked him out. I thought he would... Come on, just go to class. Maybe we keep our heads down, lunch will be better.
Class that morning wasn't fun. When I first entered the room, I nodded at them, trying to declare my friendship in some way. PBG and John wouldn't even look at me. Their backs remained fully turned the entire class. But one person did look our way. Boy, did he look. Each time his gaze strayed to our side of the room, it was filled with venom. Ultimately, neither I nor Mai could handle it. We kept our heads low and did our work. I had no idea what was Shane's deal. It was acting like we murdered a batch of baby seals or told him digestives are nasty. There was nothing we could do but wait for time to pass. When the bell for lunch finally rang, we hung back a bit and tried to decide what to do.
Well,
Let's see if we can avoid the entire cafeteria. I didn't bring my lunch today. More importantly, I don't want to run away.
what the hell?
This whole thing is stupid. There's nothing wrong. There's no real reason we're being treated like murderers or people who use ad block. Look, let's just go to lunch. We'll pretend everything's normal. If that doesn't work out, that doesn't work out, then, well, we'll see what happened. What then?
That was how mine and I ended up standing in the middle of the cafeteria, our trays piled with spaghetti and cheesecake. There were seats open at Norwood's table. They hadn't bothered to block them off. As we started doubtfully in our direction, Satch looked up. He smiled at us. It was like hearing music for the first time. In that moment, I realized we hadn't seen a friendly look all day. I began, just a little, to hope. Maybe it'll be fine. Maybe they won't mind.
Let's give it a go, shall we?
We headed for the cafeteria. 1 step. 2 steps. 3 steps. They weren't moving. We were almost to the table. It looks like... But then the body shifted, and books and feet came out of nowhere, and suddenly there weren't any free seats. We stared at them, unable to believe our eyes. They looked away sheepishly. It all seemed premeditated. I couldn't tell whether they chose to do it this way to our feelings, or if they just hadn't realized we were still trying to make things right.
Oh.
Sorry, Hana. It's just... You've got a lot to think about right now. Club business, you know? Privacy would be nice.
Of course.
I turned, about to walk away when I thought better of it. If things were going to go on like this, maybe it was better if we did just get over with in one blow. Why keep trying if they weren't going to give us a chance?
So, does this mean we won't be able to sit with you guys anymore?
A look of alarm passed across Satch's face. He opened his mouth to protest, but... I think it'd be best if we had some time to figure things out. I hung my head. I don't want to look at them anymore. Mine and I turned from the table, and as we walked away, the looks on our faces made plain what happened to the rest of the students. Hushed whispers rippled through the cafeteria.
They got kicked out.
Did something happen? I knew it couldn't last. Fuck you, Mimi. As we continued across the cafeteria, something clattered to the right of us. A spoon was on the table, having fallen out of Luke's mouth. Ian grimaced and looked away. Even the Hemlock Club was aghast. Even they didn't want to have anything to do with us. He's smiling. I frankly searched her face, looking for some kind of sign of warmth, but... A hand clamped around my shoulder, jostling out my thoughts. If it weren't so early in the morning, I would actually roleplay this properly, but...
You call yourselves friends?
I was yelling. She turned around and was all out yelling at the Normal Boots Club. The men of Normal Boots stared at their food.
I can't believe you! Any of you! I thought you were better than this!
She looked directly at Jared. Her hand tightened on my arm so much that it hurt.
I can't believe this.
I thought you were all better than this. This is how you treat your friends. We don't want any part of it.
Tears rolled down my face. Horrified, I reached up to wipe them and nearly dropped my tray on the floor. I didn't want to be there anymore.
Come on, Hana.
She jerked me away from the tables, away from whispering heads of students, away from our so-called friends. Just before we left the cafeteria, Mai faltered.
I really thought you were better than that.
And we left. Without even realizing, we arrived at the classroom. Neither of us actually chose it, but it was completely empty. It would do. We automatically sat in our regular desk. I turned my chair around to face Mai, this time tilting it a bit further to block people opposite side of the room from view. I'm still crying. No matter how hard I tried, the tears wouldn't stop coming. I hated it. I hated feeling so stupid and emotional. It'd be so much better if I could be like Mai and get angry. Make it seem like it didn't affect me at all. But it did affect me. It really did. So much that I had to come to my rescue in front of everybody. At least I had her. She could have tried to distance herself from me to make herself look better, but she didn't. Where would I be without her? Thank you for the lurks, Lev. We ate in silence. The spaghetti I had, American special, tasted like plastic. I shifted in front of me, drumming her hands against the top of her desk. In fact, she wasn't eating much at all. She pushed her food around her plate, glancing up now and then to look out at cloudy skies. Finally, she noticed me watching her.
Hana.
Hana.
Something about the tone of her voice worried me. I set down my fork.
I have something to tell you. Please don't get mad at me or anything. I wasn't trying to keep it a secret from you. It's just... It's never gone well. I've told people in the past. I don't want that to happen here, too. Hi, we're friends. You're unquestionably on my back this hard time. You deserve the same in return.
I smiled at her when she sheepishly glanced away. Yeah, well, She swallowed. I have kleptomania. I stared at her. Then something clicked into place. Oh! Despite my best efforts, my surprise slipped through. Maya stared at me, her eyes wide with emotion I rarely saw in her. Fear. I smiled again, hoping to calm her.
It wasn't so bad, was it? That's no big deal.
Isn't it? I was so happy when you told me you trusted I didn't take the boots. Please believe me. Still, I would never take something important. Definitely not for my friends. I mean, I have before, but I really try not to. Can't control myself, but I try not to. I didn't this time, please. The smile slid off my face. The mania. Never heard it discussed as more than a joke, a terrible justification for something another person did. It was a compulsion to steal, wasn't it? And usually people were too ashamed to admit they took anything. I think. So Mai wouldn't have told me this if she really took the boots. Would she? Was she just easing her conscience? That would explain why she got so defensive when I asked her whether she took them. It would almost also explain why she made herself viscerally, because she felt responsible for herself going through. But she wouldn't take anything from the people she cared about. Wait. My Kirby pen. It was in her desk. Your pen is also not important. Those are really fucking replaceable, Hana. I thought it was just misplaced, but she took it. You won't tell anyone, right? I trusted me enough to tell me what she was dealing with, and she was my friend. She never did me any harm. Well, not intentionally. She keep her secret on principle. Friends do that for her friends, but what if she really did take the boots? What if this was her way of asking for help? Even if she didn't, shouldn't Satch at least know about this? He was investigating the situation out of the kindness of his heart. He could use all the help he could get. Wouldn't he need to know this? Yeah. First choice of this route. I'm inclined to keep her secret, purely because, well, she's one of the only few people on our side. And I feel like if we were to tell them, it would be just us distancing ourselves from Mai and making things worse. So we're going to keep her secret.
Keep your secret.
No, Mai was my friend. If she wanted to tell Satch, that was her business, not mine.
I won't tell anyone unless you want me to.
Hana.
Thank you.
Mai hurled herself around her desk and into my arms.
Oh, no problem.
No, really, thank you. I know things look bad now, but we're on each other's side. As long as we can rely on each other, nothing else matters.
Yeah.
You're right.
As the clock neared the end of lunch, Mai stood up and took my tray.
I'll take these back. Oh, thank you.
No problem. She left, her footsteps a calmly measured march. She seemed to be feeling better. Maybe everything would work out? I hope so. One by one, students filtered into the classroom. I kept my eyes on my desk, running across the grooves in the worn wood. What would it feel like to run my hands across it? I wanted to find out, but was too afraid to move.
Hana.
I flinched at the sound of my name on another student's lips. Fucking me. The heat of several pairs of eyes lay thick on my face like a ray of sunlight. I didn't want to look at them. I couldn't look at them. The grooves in my desk really were very interesting, flipping and swirling around. If it were a canyon, I'd fly a plane through it. They probably weren't looking at me, and all I could, I was imagining all of this. Yeah, how stupid of me, as if I were the center of the world. Silly Hana. She's stole, but she looks so docile. Okay, maybe they are talking about me. This is way too familiar. Suddenly I felt lightheaded, as if my mind was no longer tethered to my body. Instead, I was floating up along the ceiling of the room, the place people feel when they roll their eyes into the back of their heads. A familiar scene played out before me.
You're so selfish. You think you're better than us. No. Look at this girl. Who does she think she is? Say something. No.
I was cowering on the floor beside my desk. It was after school. I come into the classroom, read a textbook I'd forgotten, and run to 3 girls. 3 girls who used to be my friends.
You copied off my test, didn't you?
No.
No, I didn't. Why would I? How'd you get to be the top of the class then? And how'd you manage to catch Nami's boyfriend, eh? You've been sleeping around, haven't you? No, I haven't. You guys know I wouldn't do that. Liar. No wonder, too. Her mother was around to teach her proper manners. Ah! I bet her mom taught her how to sleep around. Have you seen her father? Ah!
I was standing. The book I threw lay on the opposite side of the classroom, and me having ducked to avoid it. For an instant, they looked up at me in fear. Then Melissa started laughing.
Oh wow, you're right. A bastard child from a bastard family. She'll never amount to much. Jesus. But I feel so threatened now. I think I'll go to the principal.
It spelled,
What happened? No, wait, I'm sorry. Please don't lie. You don't mind cleaning up for us, then? We couldn't clean the classroom because our student attacked us. And we were all such good friends. Why would we lie about this?
I moved to the utility closet at the back of the room and grabbed a broom.
Atta girl. Guess she learned something from her mother after all.
Jesus! I forgot about that part. Oh god.
Are you okay? You're shaking.
I opened my mouth to respond, only for my teeth to start chattering.
Class?
Okay, class. Today we're going to...
I raised my hand.
Hana, what is it? Bathroom? Emergency? Please? Alright, but be quick about it.
I head for the door, feeling as though I was moving through ether. And 3 familiar green jackets didn't move muscles. I shut it behind me. The hallway passed before me in a blur. All I could hear was the sound of my own breathing and the blood pumping in my head. I reached the restroom. A quick glance told me it was empty, all stall doors open. I picked one and rushed in, slamming the door and closing the lid of the toilet. Then I sat, pulling my knees up to my chest.
I hate this.
Deep breaths, Hana. Deep breaths. Calm down. You're in a bathroom. You're at Asagao. Look, your uniform's different. The door's locked, and no one's going to crawl under it like last time. You're safe. Calm down. Deep breaths. As I breathed, my eyes wander across the sterile gray tile and thick metal walls separating the stalls. You can also hear the heartbeat in the background. Now we don't. It really did look different from my old school. There was even graffiti on the backs of the doors. I'm sorry. How in the world would Terry let people know she and Bobby would be together forever now? I giggled.
Pull yourself together, Hana. This isn't the end of the world. Sure, things are bad, but...
You're my best friend, Hana.
You're his friend, Hana.
The score? That's incredible. No, the Hana I know would never hurt another person.
I've already changed. I'm still so... what am I even doing here? Finding a bathroom stall because people were whispering about me? Get a hold of yourself, Hana. Grow up. Do you want this to be it for the rest of your life? Every time someone's even the slightest bit mean to you, you run and hide? Start crying looking for someone to take the fall in your stead? What are you doing for yourself? This won't be my future.
I unlocked and pushed open the door in the bathroom stall. My face, tear-stained and pink, stared back at me from the mirror.
I'm going to change. From now on, I'm taking matters in my own hands. I'll find the boots. I'll clear my name. Wives too. and I'll find the missing books for Satch. He's been so kind to me, and I've been letting him take everything upon himself. Who does he have when things go bad? I want to be someone people can relate on. I want to be someone who can actually help other people. I rinsed my face in the sink and dabbed it with a rough paper towel. It's time that things change. I walked back to the classroom, shoulders square and eyes staring straight ahead. Zuka paused her lecture, waiting for me to take my seat. This time I could see other students' heads turning, following my movement across the classroom. I ignored them. When I sat, she began teaching again, a slight smile on her face. When her back was turned, I tapped my shoulder. You okay? I turned to face her.
Yeah.
Better than ever. She smiled but watched me for a few seconds. I tried to put as much of my resolve in my eyes as I could. I could do this. Finally, she nodded. I turned to my classwork. Sorry about that. I seem to have a bug today. First, I had to get through class. After that, the library. Be strong, Hana. I entered the library, the slightly damp smell of old books and a little sunlight tugging my clothes. Bypassing clump students with their heads hung over their homework, I went straight to the front desk. Satch stood behind it, searching frankly for something in the piles of papers stacked along the back wall. He kept shaking his head and pausing, almost as if he were muttering to himself, rubbing his hands over his hair. It was odd. He looked really stressed. That wasn't normal for him. I almost didn't want to interrupt, but I came here for a reason. Excuse me. He jumped slightly.
Hana.
Oh, Hana. How can I help you? When he smiled, it almost seemed as if nothing was wrong, even though that clearly wasn't the case. But the strangest thing was that the smile didn't seem disingenuous. He was truly smiling, happy or content about something. Satch would never ask for help, even if he needed it. Are you alright? You don't seem very well. Satch glanced around before replying in a low whisper. More books have gone missing. Oh. Mine's not due for another few weeks, so at least I'm not the one hurting you this time. My joke fell flat as a dead raccoon. Satch's face caved in, and he stared at the counter in front of him. It's not looking good for me.
What?
What? What do you mean? He opened his mouth, but didn't speak. After a pause, he began to chew his lip. Something strange happened. He seemed to almost gather himself up, took a deep breath, set his shoulders back, and smiled. Don't worry about it. It made my heart break. I wanted to crawl around the counter and give him a hug. I wanted to feel a weight of his head against my shoulders, something to help unload the burdens he carried. But as I looked at his smile, I realized he didn't want me to. More than that, he didn't want me to. Maybe if it were Gerard or Paul, but not Hana. Not right now. Maybe during the flower festival we were close enough to share some of our burdens, but no. Satch was struggling, he didn't trust me enough to let me see it. My heart dropped. Neck grew hot. How exactly am I not supposed to worry about it? He waved a hand as if swatting away a fly. I'll be fine. No. Well, I have no doubt that you'll be fine on your own, but... It was now or never. Maybe he didn't want my help, but he still needed it. I paused for a second, trying to find the best way to word my intentions.
Well...
You're already trying to help me, and you have so much on your plate. The least I can do is help you find the missing books. 2 heads are better than... No, really, that won't be necessary. Why not? Other people are here for a reason. I'm here for a reason. I'm your friend. I want to help you, Satch. Satch looked at me skeptically. He really didn't trust me, did he? I'm not going to give up on this. Really, Hana. That's very kind of you, but... He looked around in desperation. I don't think that would be helpful. Please, just let me handle this. I've got everything under control, I swear. What? Satch glanced over his shoulder.
Librarian. I mean it.
Alright, be good.
Gotta get back to work. I'll see you later. Satch stepped out from behind the counter and went into a back room. Librarian waited there, staring a look on her face. I turned, started back through the thick aisles of books. Now what? Someone really didn't want your help. Wasn't it kind of bad to force yourself on them? But the question was, did he really not want my help? I was sure it wasn't because he didn't want or need it. It was because, for all he said, believe I didn't take the boots, he didn't trust me. Not at all.
Instead of telling me that helps do anything, he's got everything Kevin says what he thinks. Sometimes people just don't know what's best for them.
That's a terrible way to think. But, of course, I was assuming I knew better than he did about what he wanted, but I had to do something. I wasn't just going to sit around and wait while he was in trouble. Not looking good for me. Whatever that meant, I wanted to make sure it didn't start looking any worse.
And there.
I sent the blades of my scissors shut, and a small book-shaped cutout fell into my lap. I sat into the pile and rolled up my shoulders. Finally, 4 thick piles of multicolored construction paper sat neatly before me. My hands ached from cutting so much at once. I set the scissors aside and grabbed a permanent marker to set on my desk, along with the cloud-shaped decorations I made earlier.
Hana.
Hey Hana, I'm back.
My face flushed and cheery as usual, bounced into the room.
Hey.
How was practice?
I went to practice for the Asagao instructors almost every evening. Volleyball team. Their first big game was coming up, but it was at another school, so I wouldn't be able to go see her play. It bothered me a lot, but I was so relieved not to have witnessed the pyre of burning rage that was my playing volleyball.
It was fine, but until you struck Mimi in the... what's all this?
I dropped her duffel bag in her chair, surveying the mass of papers spread out along the floor of myself at the center.
I didn't know we had to do arts and crafts here. I'm making flyers. Actually, would you mind helping me? It'll take me a few hours by myself. Of course. What are they for?
She plopped herself on the floor and took up one of the stick figures I made.
Some books have gone missing at the library, so I figured we could put up flyers to remind people to turn their letters in on time. Oh, missing books?
I tossed a few sheets of paper at her feet, then capped the glue stick and started attaching the images.
Yeah, they've been missing since a few weeks ago, but now it's getting worse. But one of the books was just one I forgot to turn in, so I figured maybe that happened with all the books. I spiraled a stick figure in her hand so it looked like it was doing cartwheels. They can look up who has late books in the system, you know. Yeah. But maybe it'll help anyways.
She grabbed a paper book and smeared glue all over the back.
People do forget, so maybe half can be reminders and half can be lost and found notes. Yeah, okay.
Together we worked through a pile of papers each. We compared handwriting, competed to see who could make the nicest flower. I won, of course. My kindergarten, it was oddly comforting. We ran out of images and books, so I was just handing my permanent marker to start drawing them when she slapped her leg with the back of her hand.
Oh shoot. I totally forgot. I left something in the gym. I should go get it. Okay, hurry back. Yeah, no problem.
Odd. It wasn't like mine to forget something. Usually, she only forgot something when she wanted to copy my homework. As I started on the third pile, I began to feel distinctly sad.
Hi.
My hand is still on the paper, memory stirring in my mind. Back in Amarurisu, my parents ran a shop together. My dad created beautiful works of art, pottery, and ceramics. My mom filled them with the flowers she grew. He tried to teach me how to make pots, but I could never do it. I got too nervous seeing how easily one mistake could completely alter what you were making. Instead, one day he came to my room with a pile of papers. He folded them, and in seconds a blue morning glory appeared in front of my eyes.
How do you do that?
Smiling, he handed me a purple paper and taught me how to fold a morning glory step by step. When I finished, we sat them side by side. Mine was crumpled and stunned next to his crisp, beautiful creation. But he laughed. Separate, neither would be considered beautiful. I blinked. In front of me sat Blue Morning Glory, the cover of a book sticking out of one petal. Slowly, I made my way through the pile of flyers and then the next. The shadows grew longer and longer until they faded all together. When I finally finished, it was after 9 and I still hadn't returned.
Yeah.
I'm done.
I lay back on the floor exhausted and glanced at the clock. It shouldn't have taken her this long just to get to the gym. Did she run to someone? I couldn't wait up for her. I had to get up early. Cleaned up, changed my pajamas, and crawled in my soft, cool sheets. Without my snoring, the room seemed intensely still, like the silence was trying to press itself into my skull.
I hope she's okay.
The room blurred, and I drifted off to sleep. What? What was happening? I couldn't see. My eyes wouldn't stay open. So late. Closed the door and tiptoed over to her desk. She was being so damn loud. I turned over, vaguely angry. Too tired. Want to sleep? A rustling of paper echoed from her side of the room.
Quiet.
A drawer shut. I climbed up to her bed and a mattress over my head sagged. Glanced at the clock. It was past midnight. She only just got back? Something seemed wrong. It wasn't in session right now. What? I couldn't think straight. My head hit the pillow and I turned over, drifting off to sleep again. Bright and early the next morning, I scurried through the halls, searching for Satch. I had to catch him before he went to class. There was no way I could show my face in the senior's classroom with everyone still hating me. I turned a corner and was confronted with a flash of bright yellow.
Hey!
Hey Hana, what are you up to? The guy stood in front of me, his head tilted to one side. I didn't know him too well, in fact, this is possibly the first time we ever spoke on our own.
Hey!
Hey, Caddy, have you seen Satch?
I think he was up a floor. Something wrong?
Nope, I made these flyers and wanted to give them to him.
I nodded at the pile of papers I was holding. They were nearly as tall as my torso. I blinked as if seeing them for the first time. Oh. He smiled weakly. I paused.
Is something wrong?
He shoved his hands into his jacket pocket and glanced around the hall.
I wouldn't say anything's wrong, per se.
He trailed off but didn't volunteer any information.
Is it about the tournament? No way you could say that.
He cast his eyes at the floor.
Things certainly don't look too good for us. That's too bad.
He looked truly sad, but try as I might, I couldn't hide my glee. He looked at me in surprise, and a sharp gleam entered his eye.
Don't go think it's in the bag yet, Miss Mizuno. We'll give you a right run for your money. If you say so.
Giggling madly, I scurried past him and up the staircase. My fingers were starting to cramp. It wasn't that the flyers were particularly heavy, though they were by no means light, but they were horribly awkward to carry, especially up staircases. I pushed the staircase door open with my back and entered the third floor. Across the empty hallway, I saw a familiar figure standing in front of an open locker.
Good morning.
Aha!
Hey, girl.
Hana? I dashed his hatch and dropped the pile of flyers in front of him, heaving. Perhaps running up those stairs wasn't such a bright idea.
What's going on?
What brings you here so early?
Look!
I took a flyer and shoved it into his face. He stepped back and peered at the writing. Be a good date. Don't turn your books late. What is this?
Well,
I made flyers to help you search for the missing books. I didn't want to keep you working on this alone, so...
Hana.
Oh, Hana. He cringed, scratching the back of his neck. That's great, but I don't know if the librarian would be happy with these. She'll think they highlight what a terrible job she's doing.
Oh.
I stared at the stack of flyers on the floor, stretching my hands to ease their stiffness. Still, he leaned down and flipped through the sheets.
What?
Did you make all these yourself?
Last night. I helped me too.
Your handwriting is really nice.
Thank you. My hand got tired at the end though, so I'm not sure the ones at the bottom are very good. He straightened and stretched and stood for a while, looking out the window. You know, I bet I can find something to do with them after all.
Really?
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, if he isn't right, they might even reduce library alert load. Happy was alluded to my jest.
Yay!
That's wonderful. Yeah. Yeah, it is. Thank you so much, Hana. Really, it means a lot. I had to do something to help you. He smiled and reached a hand towards me as if to ruffle my hair, but stopped mid-gesture and instead turned back to his locker. Well, I need to get to class early today, so I'll be seeing you.
See you later.
Right, well, have a good day.
Copacetic.
I will. You too, Hana. Make it copacetic. He took the stack of flyers and put them in his locker, then he left for a classroom further down the hall. As I watched the door close, I realized he hadn't been distant at all this time. With a heart lighter than it was in days, I skipped down the stairs and headed to my own class, trying to make up the homework I didn't do last night. It's only a few minutes before exhaustion began to hit me. I did not handle lack of sleep well, either. I quickly grew grumpy and irritable, and my recognition while I pulled to write an essay a few weeks ago gave me my space. Aside from that, class went just as expected. Normal boots boys avoided my eye. Period, except the occasional vomit-induced glance from Shane. They seemed to be taking the situation much more seriously than the rest of them, and I had no idea why. Probably because he had down to pink hair, I don't know. Never did anything to him, but for some reason he was never fond of me, or my hair. I was a little closer to John and PBD though. I expected at least polite contact with them, but it seemed difficult for them to even look at me. PBD especially seemed to be taking it hard. He was a kind soul, and I didn't think he'd be able to continue isolating me if didn't have the others to support him. As it was, anytime I accidentally crossed paths with him, he seemed to be fighting an internal battle. Flickers of emotion would pass across his face. Regret, sadness, disbelief. So of course he ended up turning around and heading back from whence he came. He'd been late to class several times. Shouldn't they know me better than this? Shouldn't they know I wouldn't do something like that to them? But what did we really have in common? A shared school, a tournament, possibility of a shared hobby. Friendship meant different things to different people. To me, they were still my friends, but I guess to them... I was drilled back in reality as the bell rang. Got shuffling and chatter, students filled the room to rush to leave for lunch. PBG, John, and Shane left the room faster than I thought humanly possible. They almost had a walking lunch together vanished with them. Guess they didn't want to be in my presence any more than they had to be. So I gives up my bag shut. I felt a hand on my shoulder. Luke and Ian stood behind me, gazing at me in sympathy. At least Luke seemed sympathetic. Ian was being Ian. It was hard to tell what he was feeling with a face as impassive and disdainful as his.
Hey.
What's with the long face?
Do you really have to ask?
Nah, guess not. I shouldered my bag into the silence that followed. I wasn't sure whether there was a point to this conversation. I just wanted to leave. You know, you don't need to worry. I resisted the urge to roll my eyes.
Don't I?
Norman's Club are great people.
Great people who drop me at the first sign of trouble.
Look, I believe you're innocent. Because of that, I know they'll recognize it too. Just give them time. I mean, they can't all be as smart as me. Thank you, Luke. He grinned like a popular, proud school kid.
How do you know I'm innocent?
Luke laughed. He turned to Ian, who grimaced. It's time to go.
Oh yeah.
Yes, sir. Luke followed Ian out of the room, whistling.
I don't know who's the weirder one of those two. I guess it doesn't matter, does it? They're both pretty hot. Is that all you think about?
Bingo.
Hey, I gotta have something to keep my spirits up in these dark times. In dark times, call for drastic measures.
I shook my head.
Let's get going. Maybe they'll have lobster for lunch again.
Yeah.
I sure hope so.
We just came out of Poppy Hall when Maya stopped dead in her tracks.
Oh shoot! What's wrong? I forgot my lunch money. Would you mind waiting here? I'm gonna run back and get it. That's okay. I have more enough to roll with us.
Really?
Really? Is it okay if I mooch off you?
Yeah.
Sure.
I jumped at my side, giving me a great big hug.
You're the greatest. I promise I'll pay you back. You better.
It wasn't like I could afford to be giving people handouts, especially not for Asagao's crazy expensive food.
Come on, let's go. I'll tell you a secret in return. What's that?
Once, I saw Jeff shoving hamsters with helmets onto him into tiny little cannons.
What?
What?
Mm-hmm.
He was trying to shoot them off into space. I mean, creepers found him in time and stopped him. I think he might have kept the hamsters too.
Thank goodness.
Maybe. I think I'd rather death by cannon than going home with creeps.
You have a point there.
And now you know why Jeff's called Space Hamster.
Let's get to lunch while I still have an appetite.
Deal. What? It's not the canon name. Don't. Whatever. We in line for our food. Conscious several stereos shooting in our direction.
Ignore them.
Look, we get strawberry shortcake today.
Yeah, great.
I hate being stared at. Gathered to put on our trays and began to slow walk to the back of the cafeteria where our table is now located. Why in Orboots Club sit in the middle of the cafeteria? We had to walk past them and everyone was watching. I tried to concentrate on the smell of strawberries and ham wafting through my tray, but only to find myself thinking Guitar's clone. God damn it. Get a grip! As we trudged past them, I nudged me, smiling in their direction. No one was looking. They were always selling gross in their chopsticks and spoons. Everyone except Satch. Just before we made it to our table, something caught my attention. Jeff was smiling and waving at us. After a pause, the rest of the Hidden Block Club joined in.
Oh!
Mine and I smiled and waved in return and sat down at our tray of lifted spirits. Neither of us looked at the other, but we were thinking the same thing. Orboots Club wasn't the center of the universe. Really, why do you expect anything different from them?
So, you know, I've been thinking. That's a bad sign.
Rude. Who do you think would take the boots and why? Orboots Club is almost universally beloved.
Why is that anyways?
They're a group of crazy hot men surrounded by pubescent girls. You do the math.
Right, got it.
Well,
Maybe they have a crazy fan that took it then. She wanted to get their attention.
I don't know.
Seems not a way to do it. They'd hate you afterwards. They said the opposite of love is indifference, not hatred. No, there has to be something in it for them. You don't think... the Hidden Block Club?
We glanced over at their table. Eh? We waved at him. Hey, beamed and waved back. Comic Sans. Ian rolled his eyes.
Well,
I thought it was them at first, but now I don't think so. They're a lot nicer than I thought they were.
yeah.
I agree, there's no way they'd do it, plus Norbu's guys are their friends. And the boots were locked up. Someone had to get access so no one was looking. A school official? You think? Yeah, I mean, the librarian hates everyone in our school, and Satch in particular. And plus there's that creepy nurse. Oh, I forgot about him. You were just talking about him a bit ago. Why does he wear that mask? I hear he killed his cat, and now he thinks its soul's inside of it. He wouldn't have killed a cat, would he? Rumor has if you take the mask away from him, have his face burned. Like Phantom of the Opera style.
What?
From what? Ex-wife tried to kill him.
He glanced in our direction. We snapped our attention back to our food.
Okay, let's just pretend it's not him. There's no way I can face that guy. There's a move from her in the Orboots Club.
Uh-huh.
We do. Well, now we do, not then. What about...
A clatter rang out and a hush fell across the cafeteria. Muffled, angry voices came from the middle of the room. Jay and Satch seemed to be having some sort of disagreement. Angry Satch, a rare sight. Jay was waving his arms wildly and pointing towards us. Satch shook his head vehemently. PG grabbed Shane's shoulder, but Shane shook it off. Finally, he seemed to settle down. Staring at the floor, he said something. The rest of the group stared at him in shock. After a brief pause, Satch gathered up his things and took leave of the table.
He's not leaving the club.
What?
No way, that can't be right.
Satch strolled across the cafeteria, stopping just over our table. Heat radiated off of him. He was still upset, though his expression didn't suggest it. Mind if I sit here?
Well, of course, go ahead.
He placed his tray next to mine, sat down, and proceeded to eat his fish burger. Everything about him looked a picture of calm. It was only because he was sitting next to me that I saw he was slightly trembling. After a while, conversation started up again. Norbut's eyes looked mournfully at Satch, but no one made the move to follow him. Satch ignored them.
So...
Hana.
I think you're innocent.
Thank you.
I couldn't let this keep going. Friends don't do this. People shouldn't do this. I can understand why, but they're letting fear cloud their compassion. I just couldn't do it. Ballworth blew within me, and tears pricked the back of my eyes.
Do you think I'm innocent too?
Satch turned to Mai. He looked at him with uncertainty.
Well,
I trust Hana's faith in you.
Oh, well... Good. I think.
Let's talk about something happier. How about... The rest of lunch passed comparatively uneventfully. And black guys each gave Satch a pat on the back on their way out, with the exception of Caddy, who shook his hand. Our bootsmen continued to ignore Mai and me. Before we knew it, class ended and the day was over. That night, I lay on my bed, watching anime about loony high school girls, when there was a knock on the door.
Do you know who that is? No. Oh, well, you'll get it.
Rude. I pushed myself off my bed and opened the door.
Hana.
Hey, Hana.
Hey.
Satch, what are you doing here?
He was beaming at me, hopping up and down like a kid at an amusement park. There's something I want to show you. Will you come with me?
Sure. Mai, I'll be back later, okay?
Finally grunted in return, still watching the anime about the loony high school girls. Together, Satch and I crossed the Bluebell house. I've been working on this for a long time, at least a few years, but I think I finally made a breakthrough. I wanted to test it out, but things have been kind of tense lately, so I don't think I can ask Jared to do it.
Yeah.
Then I remembered I had you, and you said you wanted to help me out, so I finally figured out something you could do. He was talking a mile a minute, and I barely registered what he was saying before we found ourselves in his room. It was just as smart as I anticipated, being the love child of Jared and Satch. Yeah, Jared is out right now. That's why I came so late.
Where is he?
He had to go into the city for some reason. He did not look happy about it. He went to his closet and pulled out a large blanketed lump. Here it is. He removed the covering with a flourish. On the floor in front of me was some kind of machine. Wires connected to a helmet with a visor to an oddly shaped, almost square box. Satch kneeled next to it and started filling with a few things. See, I can test it myself, but it's a little hard because I'm the one who made it. I know how it's supposed to work. I have expectations.
Really?
Expectations?
Yeah.
It's everything with this, so I don't know if it's actually working, or I'm manipulating it somehow. Plus, I can't evaluate the effects while I'm wearing it. I'm not sure if my perception of time is whack, or again, I'm messing up the... You shouldn't be hearing this or I'll mess up your run-through. Don't mind me.
Well, what is this?
A virtual reality machine. At least, that's what I hope it is. But, no more questions. They'll ruin your experience. Satch flipped a number of levers and the machine began to hum at a dangerously high pitch. Noticing my worried glance, Satch chuckled. Don't worry, this thing is completely safe. I fell asleep wearing it once. Even Jared didn't notice. Were they deaf or something? That thing was giving me a headache. Finally, he finished whatever he was doing and held the helmet out to me.
You really want me to do this?
Well...
Please, wouldn't you, Hana? He looked at me, eyes shining. It was the cutest thing I ever saw. I couldn't say no to those dimples.
Fine, hand it over.
It's VR time. The helmet was surprisingly heavy. I took my glasses off and set them down. VR time.
Wonder why my neck would be okay wearing it for so long, but when I slid over ahead, the cable slid across my back and needed to wait somewhat. I couldn't see anything inside the helmet, not even Satch's room. Sweat started to build on the felt lining.
Copacetic.
Okay, gonna turn it on now, alright?
If you say so.
In his excitement, Satch couldn't seem to tell I was at all apprehensive. I heard a snap, and then the wires on my back started to vibrate. Bursts of light blew through the helmet. I felt horribly dizzy, as if I was being rolled down a hill in a barrel.
I don't feel so good.
Hang on, it's almost... Satch's voice was fading away, as if he was jogging down a long tunnel.
Satch?
Nice. The dizzying sensation stopped.
Yeah.
Complete. His voice floated towards me, a delay between the syllables as if they were bouncing off a mountainside. In fact, I was by a mountainside. I shivered. Despite the luscious around me, it was cold here. Something tickled my legs, looked down to see long shafts and grass grazing my ankles.
You've gotta be kidding me. This is a game?
I heard a voice in the distance. Was it Satch? But it was drowned out by the wind. Suddenly, dizziness returned. I felt myself being sucked down into something. Shut my eyes tight. When the sensation stopped, I opened them. I was in a completely white room. To my right, there was a brown table. 2 cakes sat on top of it. A white one, which was somehow new to be vanilla topped with whipped cream, and a chocolate one filled with oozing fudge on the inside. I was overwhelmed with the desire to take one, but which? Alright. Vanilla or chocolate? Give Hana reach for a chocolate one. Cakes disappeared, and in their places appeared a moon and a star, shining light across the tabletop. The moon flickered through different stages of its cycle while the star changed shades from white to blue to purple and back to white. Another choice? You can pick the star. I reached my hand out to touch the star, but before I could touch it, it brushed away just a few inches out of reach. My hand back, and to my surprise, the star followed it as if it was attached by a string. Faint, pulsating waves of heat washed across my palm, and suddenly, the star wasn't there anymore. In its place was a small pink box. It opened on its own as a piece of paper slithered out and unrolled itself before me. A quest? Nervous but excited, I read it. You are a peasant who appreciates your physical reality. While you try to remain constant and stable in your everyday life, you have many faces. You are drawn towards the mysterious, the beautiful, the things you cannot understand. Part of you wants to figure them out. The other part wants them to stay unknowable. Be at peace. Some things you will know, and many more you will not, and will never discover. Accept things the way they are, instead of trying to make them perfect. Fortune? The room disappeared and I was left in darkness. A rushing filled my ears, and then a familiar softness around my arms and smelled cinnamon in the air. I was back at Asagao. I pulled off the helmet and gasped for air. I felt like I was gone for days. It worked. It worked perfectly. I watched him dance around the room as I caught my breath.
What?
What?
Thank you so much for your help, Hana. Now, come on, it's late. I'll walk you back to your room.
What just happened?
Well,
It was a test scenario. I just had to run through it real quick and it worked. I'm so happy. I still don't understand what he's talking about, but suddenly we were in front of my room. I had no idea how we got there, let alone how fast. Was that really alright? You might feel a bit weird for a while, but it'll go away in a few minutes.
I hope you're right.
I reached for a doorknob. Coolness of the metal against my palm seemed to pull my senses together until I almost clicked to my mind. Felt much better.
hey,
No, Hana. Satch had his hand in his pocket, looking at me casually. Too casually. Still practicing for the tournament?
Oh, I thought I wasn't involved anymore in light of the circumstances.
Satch nodded. Well, I think you should keep practicing.
Really?
Really? You think?
They're being a little obstinate right now, but they'll come around. Trust me, they're great guys and they're your friends. My friends. Really. I didn't say anything, but I couldn't hold back a little bitter chuckle. I can't blame you for feeling that way, but... well, just keep practicing. Nothing else, you can count on me.
Thanks, Satch. I'm glad I believe I can. Thank you.
Satch beamed at me and scratched back of his neck.
Be good.
Anyways, late enough. I'll see you later, Hana.
See you
Good
later.
night.
Satch left down the hallway, and I turned the knob and headed inside my room.
Yeah, I'm back.
I was standing next to the door, staring at me as if trying to read my face.
Is something wrong? I heard what you were talking about.
A small thrill of anger shot through me before I remembered just how thin dormitory doors were. Of course she heard us.
I see.
I walked past her and set my bag on my desk, waiting for what was coming next. I seemed to be considering what she should say. My heart sank. If Mai was actually thinking about what she wanted to say, it had to be something serious.
Well,
She sat on my bed, facing me and the rest of the room. There wasn't anywhere I could go to hide. Damn, she...
I didn't know the journal was still on the table. Neither, actually, but if Satch says I keep practicing, there must be hope, right? I trust him. I think it'll work out if he thinks it will. It's not what I was going to talk about. I know Satch is reliable. He doesn't say things without thinking them through, so... It's not about whether you can trust him.
I put my hand on my hip, suddenly impatient.
Then what is it?
Well, are you sure you still want to be in the tournament?
Of course I do. Those boys have been treating you horribly. I know you were so happy we had the chance to join the club and make friends with them. I mean, heck, I was happy for you. We were both so excited. We truly thought they could be our friends. But they weren't. They aren't. Friends don't treat friends like this. Is it worth all the effort practicing and preparing for the tournament?
Really?
Are you sure you want to do it, and would it just be fun for them?
We're gonna save here. There's a reason.
I'm not trying to say they're not good people or that you should if you want to. I just want you to think this through. I don't like seeing people take advantage of my friends. People I care about.
Take advantage. Were they taking advantage of me?
Oh
wait, this is where we save. Okay. Alright. This choice is mildly important for how this route goes. I'm telling you this because I remembered a couple of things about this route before going into it. Now, I will explain what you're reacting to here because it's kind of weird. You're either going to be responding to whether you want to play the game in the tournament, or you're acknowledging the Normal Boots Club members as is. This is something that a lot of people are confused about at this point when they were playing the game initially. So... Two drop frames. That's 9. Anyway. We can address them by either saying I don't blame for how we reacted or they were wrong. That said, I feel this would be the mature response, just us thinking about it. We can respond to either of those with I don't know. But I'll tell you right now, saying I don't know is a terrible idea. You need to be certain of your answers. Don't say I don't know. You could just go through and say you enjoy the game. That's why you'll continue playing it. Which is a good response, I think. So I err on the side of either I enjoy the game or I don't blame for how they reacted. And while we could dwell on how they were wrong, I'd rather not do that. That doesn't seem conducive to what Hana is trying to accomplish here. With that said, the reason I saved just before this is because I want to show off something, like, at a different point in time. Like an alternate way everything can play out. And it hinges on this very choice. So, I'm going to tell her that I enjoy the game.
I don't know whether you deserve my friendship after all this. I don't know about them taking advantage of me either.
Yeah.
But what I do know is I really love playing video games. More than I ever thought I did. Really? That's great. I want to keep playing them regardless of whether they'll let me.
I marched over to me.
Who needs those boys? If worse comes to worse, I'll play in the tournament with you. We could be the roasting pirouettes.
What?
Oh, what? No. We can be the pardon my's. Fantastic. Oh my god, I've long kept that one under the table. Not important.
Mm-hmm.
Together, we'll take over the world. We'll own that tournament. We'll kick some ass.
I smiled, prickling tears in my eyes.
Thanks, Mai.
You're my best friend, Hana.
Hey, thanks for best friend.
Yeah!
Now let's get cracking.
I showed Mai where to download the game I was playing on her phone. Technically, if we were really competing together, she wouldn't be playing the same game that I was. But it was fun to play against her nonetheless.
I'm going to get your pink-haired little butt. You just try.
That worked out. Chapter 3 of Satch Man. Round background and smiling face. Next night, I was still working as Mai prepared for bed.
Are you not going to sleep? No. I think I need to finish this paper. I'll get all done tonight.
She made a face. For a second, my heart stopped. Did she know what I was planning?
I still don't get why we need to know the anatomical proportions of Goombas. Yeah, me neither.
Thank goodness.
Good night.
Well, don't stay up too late. I won't.
She crawled into her bunk and under the covers. In no time, she was fast asleep. I waited a few minutes to ensure she wouldn't wake up, tapping my pencil idly against my desk. I hadn't told her what I was going to do. I hadn't told anyone, but going out after curfew wasn't really that big a deal. Okay, that was a bold lie. If I got caught, I'd be in serious trouble, but that didn't matter. Satch was spending every day in that library in the Norboots Club trying to clear my name. There wasn't much I could do to help him there, but surely no one would mind if I did a bit of snooping on my own. When I was finally sure Maya was asleep, I slipped out of her room. Luckily, I didn't run anyone on my way out of their dormitory. No one was supposed to be out past 9, so it wasn't a big surprise, but no one was roaming the hallways either. I stepped into the cold night air and took a deep breath. Light wind blew through the campus, raising goosebumps against my skin. Thank you for Lurk Gulf. Shivering, I head towards Poppy Hall. There was no way to be light in the clubroom during the day, but at night... My footsteps echo across the walkways. There wasn't a single soul around me and hardly any light. Since people weren't supposed to be out after dark, the lampposts were few and far between. If I were attacked, no one would notice. Shaking my head, I sped up, and in no time I made it to Poppy Hall. Tripped into the hallway. A still silence encompasses the entire building, slightly OCs of a fear I'd never experienced during the day. It was so quiet, so still, so empty. Now I understood why people thought abandoned schools were haunted. They were creepy as hell. I crept around the corner, past Science Lab, to the back of the building. Marbu's club room should be right here.
Crap, no.
It was locked. Stupid, of course it'd be locked. There's stuff in there people could steal. Of course teacher would lock it. Now what? Must I go back empty-handed? Stupid Hana, I should have prepared for this. I heard a noise in the distance. My heart stopped. Footsteps. Someone was coming. Panicking, I searched around myself for a place to hide, but I was in the middle of the hallway with nothing but lockers and windows. I was trapped. Cringing, I closed my eyes. Footsteps came closer. Closer. They stopped in front of me. No one said anything. I hesitantly opened my eyes.
Mr. Saitomo!
He looked past me to the classroom door. Did you forget something?
Yes, I left my math book inside.
He nodded and pulled out a giant ring of keys. With a flick of his wrist, he motioned me aside. I shifted and unlocked the door. He pulled the door open and gestured me inside. Hurry up, please. Deciding not to ask, I scurried inside. The club room was much the same as I remembered it. I wanted to take a peek around, but now that Mr. Saitomo was here, I decided it was better not to. Still, there was one place I could look. I went to the back of the room where the large metal closet rested. Please don't be locked. It's unlocked. I pulled the door open and looked in. At the top were stacked a few boxes of miscellaneous items. Was that a skull and crystal ball? Never mind. Below, where the boots once stood, was an empty shelf. I sighed. I was about to leave empty-handed when I remembered I needed a math book. Turning back to the locker, I pulled a random book out of the closet. Their box of junk came in handy, and was about to close the door when I noticed something. There was a dent in the bottom of the closet, just under where the boots once stood.
It's made of metal.
Was that there before? I kneeled and ran my hand across the dent. Something heavy must have fallen into it to make this one this large. Something heavy and angled, something hard to carry. Like the boots.
The boots!
Now that I thought of it, the boots were made of solid gold. Of course they would be heavy. Heavy, unwieldy, and hard to carry. Whoever took them couldn't have taken them far, that was sure. And if they didn't have access to the clubroom in the day, they must have gotten in the way I just did. Or they must have stolen the key themselves. But they would have done it at night, and then there was no way they could carry the boots all that way without getting tired or caught. Which meant they were still in Poppy Hall? Miss, are you finished?
Yes, sorry, I'm coming.
Tucking the book under my arm, I closed the door and headed out of the classroom. Mr. Saitomo chaperoned me all the way back to Primrose House to a stiff, insulated silence. I wanted to ask him why he was wandering the halls at night and why he left me off, but why he wore that brown suit. But looking closer at it, the suit was slightly rumpled, and there was a red ascot stuffed in one of the pockets. I looked closer at Mr. Saitomo's face. He looked somewhat flushed. Had he been on a date? If you don't tell, I won't either. He gestured at the book in my hand. I looked down to see a Dungeons and Dragons manual. Yes.
What?
I won't tell if you don't. He placed a finger to his lips and turned on his heel and headed back to Poppy Hall. It also looks like he's smiling. Whose book was this? As I climbed the staircase back to my room, my curiosity and excitement began to fade. Thankfully, I was able to sneak back in, hide the book, and pop in bed before my eyes so much as moved a muscle. Great, now I really was a thief.
Hana, can you get up or not?
I squinted into the early morning light.
If you don't hurry up, you'll be late. How long do you work on an essay anyways?
Essay?
I blinked at her.
Whoa, you really are out of it. Don't feel well with no sleep, do you? Come on, get up.
She flung my blankets off me, the cold air rushing around my body, and I curled into a tighter ball.
You have 15 minutes or I'm leaving without you.
I sat up. Memories of the night before flat rushed back to my mind. Mr. Saitomo, the book, dent. I got ready for school, speeding through my routine, grabbing something from our mini fridge to hide me over until lunch.
Ready to go?
Yes.
By the time we made it to Poppy Hall, I felt much less groggy. My hypothesis about the boots came back to me, and without thinking, I mentioned it to Mai.
Hey!
You know, Mai, the boots are made of solid gold.
Turned to me in a mild surprise.
Yeah?
Really?
So, where's this coming from? I'm just thinking, they'd probably be heavy, right? It'd be too hard for someone to sneak them far from where they were taken. You think they're still in Poppy Hall?
There was a gas from behind us. I whirled around. Wally was standing less than a foot away, staring at us with wide eyes.
Is something wrong?
No, I didn't mean to startle you guys. I just fell asleep.
What?
You fell asleep? But you're walking.
Yeah, I know. Happens all the time, actually. We just stared at him. He glanced around as if looking for a way out. And also, Nintendo 101. Kinda looks vaguely like Ness with a hat. A brief history, I think it says. Okay, enough of that. Well, it was nice running you guys. Haven't seen you in a while. We should catch up sometime, but I've gotta get to class.
Bye.
Bye. Waleed walked past, giving us a wide berth, hands in his pockets.
That was really weird. You think he heard us? I think so. It was really suspicious regardless. Never heard of Waleed falling asleep while walking. Me neither.
We looked at each other, an idea forming in the space between us.
It wouldn't hurt to check things out a bit. Just make sure, you know?
Yeah.
We can never be too careful.
Just like that, we agreed. We would wait until everyone was at lunch, then we'd do a little investigating. Lunchtime came. As everyone crept out of the classroom, my eyes stayed behind, refusing to make eye contact with anyone. Our hope was that it looked like some kind of protest. Our boots guys, and by extension the entirety of the class, were pretending we didn't exist. Most of our attempts at breaking interaction quickly were ignored by the class. Our boots guys got incredibly uncomfortable and just walked away. Well, most of them. Shane would shoot us a dirty look if we even got close. Whether he bought it or not, Cousin quickly emptied out and I headed to the hallway.
You even know which one's Waleed's?
Well,
He's a first year, isn't he? Should be outside of his classroom. Be able to figure it out, and if not, let's just look in all of them.
I balked, but Mai was totally serious. We reached the first floor landing and crept along the hallway. Thankfully, nobody was around. They were all engaged in a mad rush to get good food before the cafeteria ran out. Crept around the corner into our classroom 1-3.
It should be one of these.
We walked down the hallway, hoping for some kind of sign. Then Mai stopped walking.
Oh my gosh.
She burst into laughter and pointed ahead of her. Confused, I followed her finger. One locker, in the middle of the left row, was completely covered in stickers. Curious, I stepped closer. Images of Waleed's face peppered with various words were plastered across the locker. Meme Lord, Balrog the Butt, and other strange sayings were scrawled across each.
what?
You've gotta be kidding me. I don't really get it. Once upon a time, a few years ago, back before he even came to this school, Waleed had a bit of a temper. Long story short, someone caught it on camera, uploaded it to the internet. Oh. And the rest is history, as you can see. I stared at the different images of Waleed's face. This takes dedication. Did he do it, or did fans?
I honestly couldn't tell you.
Anyways, let's get to work. Do you mind standing guard?
I stepped into the middle of the hallway, alert for any sound or movement from either end of the hall. I fiddled with the handle on the locker, sticking something inside the metal. In a few minutes, the door was open.
When did you learn how to do that?
I was a rich kid growing up. I'd order a trick or two just to get out of my house.
Your parents didn't let you out of their house while you were growing up?
He made a face at me and opened the locker door.
What in the name of...
I leaned over her shoulder to see what she was looking at. Waleed's locker wasn't empty like mine and Mai's were. There were no books inside. Instead, a litter of Barbie CD-ROM games were displayed across the top and bottom shelves. And there, in the center, on the hook meant for a jacket or a coat, was a fluffy pink and white suit.
Huh?
What? I reached out to touch it. It was soft, and there were silken petticoats underneath the shorts. Oh no. My guess was the ensemble would hit Waleed somewhere in the mid-thigh region. The pants would fluff up like a bonnet. The shirt was sleeveless, with gold-plated buttons and zippers trailing off. What
What is this for? Role-playing Gobbert Manderville?
I'm sorry, I could not resist. But, my god, that's horrible.
I don't know.
I have no idea. I've never heard of anything like...
He shut the locker door.
You've seen something we weren't meant to see. We can't mention this to a soul. Of course not. I don't really get what the big deal is, though. He brought his locker, so he must not be that shy about it.
I shook her head.
You'd be surprised what you can sneak into a locker if anyone seeing. The important thing is he didn't have the boots, so he's perfectly innocent.
Well...
Let's just go eat lunch.
She stalked off, completely unconcerned as whether I followed her. I ran to catch up. If Lloyd didn't want people to know, there was no reason we shouldn't mention it. It'd be pretty hard to explain anyways. We made it to the cafeteria. We were among the last to get our food. I strayed to Waleed at the hidden block table. He was chatting happily, completely unconcerned with the odd suit he had in his locker. Felt blood rise to my cheeks, then we locked eyes. Ah! I turned away and focused on getting my food. That's not something you can unsee at all. We had the chance to sit down and glance over at the hidden block table and noticed Caddy, Ian, and Waleed watching me. I grabbed mine and dragged her out of the cafeteria. I was terrible at keeping secrets. It was better just to avoid the situation entirely. That night, I waited until long after mine fell asleep to get up again. I changed back to my uniform in the darkness, snuck out of our room. Waleed hadn't taken the boots, but the look he, Ian, and Caddy gave me at lunch stayed in my mind. It was almost hostile. I didn't understand why. They had no reason to know we were snooping through things. It seemed to me they were on the defensive, so it couldn't hurt to check. I ran across the grounds this time avoiding the streetlights. Wasn't sure what gave me away from suicide tone, but it couldn't hurt to be more careful. I made it to Poppy Hall and wandered to where Waleed's locker was. Their club was really around here somewhere. If I were a member of Hidden Block, what would I put inside the club room to indicate that was where we met? It was hard. They all had such different, distinct personalities. But the loudest personalities would probably have their way. Just then I walked past the classroom and something pasted on the windows caught my eye.
Huh?
I tried the door. It was open. I stepped into the room and was immediately hit with the pungent smell of old chicken salad, macaroni and cheese, and chips. Oh god.
Dear Lord!
I couldn't breathe. I showed one of the windows and slid open, gasping in the fresh air.
What the hell? Does no one take out the trash in here?
I glanced around the room and immediately locked eyes on a face on the wall. Waleed? A giant version of Lloyd's face was watching me from the wall next to the door. I shivered.
I do not like it in here.
Turning away, I caught a note on the blackboard. I'm not taking out the trash anymore. Please learn to do it yourselves, Jeff. Me neither. Love.
Me neither.
Love, Caddy. Just below were a bunch of scribbles that looked like an argument about who could and could not take care of themselves, with different colors of chalk scribbling on each other's sentences. That explained that. I shook my head and began searching the desk in the room. Most were empty, but...
What the hell's a gun doing in here?
Slaughter was written in sparkling silver Sharpie on the side. Frames keep randomly dropping here. That's concerning.
I'm going to die in here. I just am.
Leaving the desk behind, I crept my way through cabinets at the back of the room. Old candy wrappers, several obscure alternative music CDs, a set of extremely expensive looking microphones and headphones. Old notebook? I took it out and flipped through the first few pages. Inside were cartoons drawn in thick ink. Pokemon, a pink ball of fluff, anthropomorphized rocks.
Hey!
These aren't half bad.
but nowhere does he reference to the boots. I reached, put the book back in the cap. Not before scribbling a small image of my face on one of the pages. You wouldn't suspect me. Why would I out myself by drawing my own face? All this sneaking around was getting to me. I was becoming a rebel. A bad seed. But there was nothing else I found that could possibly lead me to the boots. I closed the window and left the room, sighing with relief when I shut the door. Window might have been open, but that hadn't stopped the smell. How in the world did those boys live like that? No, knowing them, winning the fight was more important than being clean. It was a wonder they were all friends with how much they picked on each other. But then, that was probably the point. So, their lockers must have been right around. So my tiptoes peeking into the slats in the fronts of the locker. Couldn't open them without my eyes' help, but I could at least see what they had in them. But as I peered through them, it came up empty. Playmaster games, hamster wheel, something called an Ian box, a Rillian shield. Their lockers were weird, but there was no sign of the boots. As I head back to the dorm, my heart sank. It wasn't the Hidden Block Club. Really, that should make me happy. It should be good that they were true friends to the Normal Boots guys. But they were my only league, really. I was back to the very beginning, no better off than I was before. I climbed the room with heavy steps. It was already 1 in the morning. I had no idea how so much time passed. Changed my pajamas, stumbled into bed. Great, how worthless was I? I stared at the book in front of me. I was supposed to be reading, following along what Mr. Fuka was teaching, and instead I yawned. The words blurred together in front of me, talking about how a badger made of honey once befriended the 13th cat of the zodiac. Made of honey, huh? Having a hard time getting up this morning. I didn't think just a few days of less sleep would affect me so much. Definitely did. I yawned again. Surely, it wouldn't be, I couldn't see, strange images swirled in front of me. The boots. The dent in the locker. Satch. Oh, Satch, I was looking at him in the library. This was back when I told him I was going to help him. I was in such a panic. But now that I was looking at it again, I remembered the librarian much more clearly. He was glaring at him so venomously that I could feel the heat where I stood. There was no way she would do anything wrong to him, right? Right? Something shoved into my back and I snapped awake. Feng Shui! Say Feng Shui! Feng Shui? Shizuka, who was staring at me from the front of the classroom, put her hands on her hips.
Yes.
Yes, the answer is Feng Shui. And what is its purpose? If you place yellow objects at the front of your house, you get more money, and right at the back of the room, people will give you stuff? Shizuka squinted at me. Oh, not incorrect. We're talking about the effects of Feng Shui, Miss Mizuno, not the old country superstitions. Please pay better attention. Yes, ma'am. I sat back down and shot a grateful look at Mai. She nodded at me, face full of concern. I nodded at her and turned back around, hoping that would ease her mind. But as I looked at my book, I suddenly realized I had no idea what the lesson was even about. Ding. Hana. Hana. Hana! What? What happened? I blinked at her. My eyes felt gooey and slow, like they were glued shut. Almost like you were napping in class. It's over. It's time for lunch.
What?
Already? But... Did I miss all morning? Mine nodded. I sat up and looked around the classroom. Only a few stragglers remained, jotting down the final note.
Oh no.
I'm sure you've been really stressed about everything that's happened, but it's not good to fall asleep in class. You know that. It's not like I'm trying to fall asleep. But still, this was not good. Asagao Academy was a prestigious school. People only got in if they had academics, lots of money, or extreme talent in some way. I was none of those things. The scholarship student. I was the
the way that school and other students felt better about themselves. If I dragged down the school's image, they kicked me out without a second thought. I wasn't even sure how I made it in the first place. Did I miss something? I didn't.
It's not your fault if you're having trouble sleeping. Come on, let's go to lunch and not worry about it, yeah?
I understood, feeling somewhat like I was not part of this world. The walls blurred as we headed out of the classroom. Maybe if I touched one, I'd fall right through it. When we opened the door, we almost walked right into John and PBG. Whoa! Oh god! Oh god! Hey! Hey! We were just coming to get you guys. Wait, you're talking to us again? I glanced from the overly cheery John to PBG, who was avoiding eye contact with me. It had been 3 weeks since they last spoke to us. Maybe I was still asleep. As it was, my brain was moving too slow for me to say anything about it. So the thing is, we want to apologize.
What?
You do? We realize we're being total jerks. We feel terrible about it, or at least I do. Hey, it was an honest mistake. People make mistakes all the time. I stared at John's broad face, trying to clear what was happening.
You ignored us for 3 weeks. You're saying it was an honest mistake?
Huge yelled John in the side and shot him a look.
No.
Ignore him. He sticks his foot in his mouth so much you'd think it was a lollipop. But we came to invite you to lunch with us again. If you'll still have us. Oh, we want to make it up to you somehow, and we missed you. Both of you.
You're not suspicious anymore?
Well, PBG elbowed him in the side again. Okay, sorry, I didn't be funny. But we're not. We can't speak for the others, but you have our support. My head swam. Frustration of the past 3 weeks, the betrayal, the late nights, the tears, the whispers, the judgment, all built up inside of me. Did they want us to just forgive them and let it all go? I looked at me, waiting for my decision. It seemed she didn't know what to make of it either. Okay. We can choose either to go say sure and see how that plays out, or we could make us ponder this thought, because this is the first time either one of them has decided to talk to us in a while. I think I'm going to say no thanks. I smiled and shook my head, trying to let them down as politely as possible. This was way too sudden. I couldn't just go over everything that happened immediately. Maybe that made me a bad person. Maybe that meant I held grudges. But I couldn't just forget what happened, even though part of me wanted to be friends with them again, even though part of me missed them. I understand. But the invitation stands if you change your mind. I nodded and turned and left. I hope a short walk would help me clear my mind and get rid of the sleepy haze that's held over me. Well, I felt awake at least.
Hana.
I fell into step beside me, watching me carefully.
Yeah? What's wrong? What was I supposed to say? They were really cruel to us, Mai, for 3 straight weeks. They didn't act like we were friends at all. I know that people make mistakes, but actions speak louder than words too. Sometimes people mess up so badly you have to cut them out of your life. You're better off without them.
Memory formed at the edge of my mind. I angrily pushed it away.
I'm just forgiving each other's mistakes. Who says we're still friends?
Hana.
My side.
Come sit. Let me tell you something.
Gestured to a bench on the side of the walk, which there we sat. For a while I stared at the wind moving across the branches of the trees before us. As the branches moved, light appeared and disappeared. To me at least, it seemed to be coming and going, but on the other side of the branches it was constant. I was trying to figure out what symbolic meaning that had for me when my side again. Our Boost Club has been through a lot.
You're not the first person they tried to invite to their club. They have a lot of trouble with...
Well...
people want to take advantage of them.
A surge of guilt flooded me. But I wasn't. I know you weren't, but they don't know that. It's really hard for them to make friends. Even when someone doesn't want to use them, they can be blinded by their popularity or, let's face it, crazy good looks. And when relationships aren't formed that way, and they've all been badly burned at least once. So if they reacted harsher than most people would, I'm sure it wasn't personal, not really. They were probably trying to protect themselves. I wanted to respond, but I couldn't seem to find the words. Instead, I found myself returning the first few days I came to Asagao. Why had I wanted to be friends of the Normal Boots Club in the first place? Why was I so desperate to join? I had nothing more than a passing interest in video games at the time. But
You know, Jared. Hi.
did I know him? I only talked to him on the train for a few minutes, so not really. We weren't friends or anything. But looking around mine, this girl weren't the only ones interested. Everyone was listening. They were surprised when they talked to me. Maybe a little white lie couldn't hurt. Flashback present. I felt sick to my stomach. They hadn't treated me well, but to be honest, I hadn't treated them well either. Even if they weren't aware. My motives were less than pure. Throughout my time with the Norboots Club, I got to know them and I started liking them as genuine people, as friends. But in the beginning, it was less friendship and more...
You're right, I've been a jerk.
Well, I wouldn't say that.
I would. No better than they are. Not sure I follow.
I stood up.
Come on, we have somewhere to be.
By the time we reached Norboots Club table, lunch was nearly over. I stood over the table, breathing deep.
Yeah!
Hana, did you come to eat with us?
No, I came to apologize.
You?
Seriously?
I wasn't thinking about it from your perspective. Of course you'd be suspicious of me. You haven't known me for that long, and people can do awful things to each other. I'm sorry I was so angry about it.
Hana.
No, we're sorry. We've grown suspicious over time, and you did not deserve that.
Yeah.
All right.
What's most important is that the group is back together again. And we're happy to have you, Hana. And grunted. I glanced at him and he looked away. Well, most of us are. Time for class.
See you later.
But we'll see you tomorrow, right, Hana?
Yeah.
Right, you will.
And like that, it was set right. Well, most of it was. I still had to prove myself to a few people. After the excitement of the day, it didn't take long for Mai to fall asleep. I lay and listened to her steady breathing, resisting the urge to fall asleep myself. Finally, her gentle snoring began. I put on some clothes and head back outside. At this point, I was getting used to creeping around at night. It was horrifying the first time, and I had a few close calls. But I didn't think there was going to be someone jumping out from the corners trying to kill me. The world wasn't as hostile as I thought it was. At least, Asagao wasn't. I dashed across the campus into Poppy Hall. Only once I was inside did I realize I didn't really have a plan. There was nothing in the hidden block lockers, and the club room was empty when I last looked. I crept up the 4th floor, hoping to begin an in-depth search from room to room. Someone had to have it nearby. They're too heavy to move during the day, and it would take at least 2 normal people to move them. With this in mind, I worked my way from classroom to classroom, closet to desk, searching in lockers and nooks and crannies. Try after try, I found nothing of interest. At least 2 things. There was an oddly large amount of stuffed animals in these kids' desks. I searched the last desk on the 4th floor, I sighed.
Oh, nothing.
Slipping down to the 3rd floor, I braced myself to begin again. Until I heard a noise from a closet at the end of the hall.
Huh?
It was coming from an old, unused closet just opposite the stairwell. Yellow light ringed the edges of the door. Someone was in there. And they weren't there on my way up. There was no way it was a janitor either. The janitor threw up the lights on the entire floor when he was... Lights are on here now. No, this is someone else. I edged across the hall, taking care not to let my steps echo on the wooden floor, as they were prone to do when no one else was in the hallway. Finally made it to the edge of the door. Taking a deep breath, I grasped the cold handle, then all at once turned it and pushed the door open. Huh? Jared in all his sparkling glory. Jared stood before me, a collection of books at his feet and on the shelf above him. His arms was an open version of the 5th edition of Dungeons and Dragons. I glanced at the books on the floor. 3rd edition, 3.5, 4th edition, Battletech, and a myriad of what looked like new locations and expansions laid in order of edition and release date. Oh god. They sparkled in the light, mint condition despite how old they were. Jared and I locked eyes. We didn't say anything. We didn't move a muscle. Time was suspended. I couldn't take it.
Indecent!
I screamed and ran, sprinting for the staircase door. Oh no, wait! No! Get away from me! Jared was following. I pushed through the stair door and down through to the first floor, bursting through, but Jared was catching fast.
Damn your good genes!
The front door is too far away. I'd never make it. Instead, I dove into a first-year classroom, hoping he hadn't seen me, but... Hana?
No, stay away from me!
Ran into the back of the room. There was nowhere for me to go. He slowly approached, eyes gleaming. Oh no. You saw nothing.
I wish.
He was finally in front of me. I said, you saw nothing.
Hi.
Jared slammed his hands against the wall on either side of me. I was trapped, pinned to the wall. Oh. Damn it, Hana, now is not the time for that.
No.
Hana, please. Suddenly I was thankful for the dark because I was definitely the one being indecent right then. Don't tell anybody what you just saw, please. I wasn't sure which was more visceral to me, my fear or Jared's presence. Finally a cave, just get him out of my face.
Okay, I won't tell anyone, I promise.
Alright.
Hana. He swept me up in the hug, suddenly realized Rue was pinned between the wall and against Jared. I flushed a deep red, not sure where to put my arms. Thank you so much. I was going to die here. The blood would leave my body, go to my face, I wouldn't be able to breathe anymore. Goodbye, world. It was nice knowing you.
What's that?
Jared released me, instead tugging me to the floor. I crouched there for a few moments, waiting. The sound of footsteps rang across the hall, along with what sounded like a muffled curse. Then, silence. We should leave. We really shouldn't be here. Jared looked at me, as if just realizing I was also sneaking around the cafeteria Academy in Dev Night. Why the fuck did I say cafeteria? Whatever.
I won't tell if you don't ask.
Good enough for me. Quietly, still crouched, we crept out of the first floor classroom and into the main hallway. Sweet Jesus, look at that! Now he knew what made that noise. A large crack sat in the middle of the floor, all splintered and dented wood. Somebody dropped something really heavy.
You don't think... the boots?
We looked at each other. Immediately we dashed outside Poppy Hall, scanning the nearby area. Damn it!
You've gotta be kidding me! They're right outside the wall, Jared! They're right there! We missed them! We should have left when we had the chance! Stupid!
I'm sorry, I was the one who stopped us.
Yeah, you were!
A sly smirk crossed his face. At least now I know what you were doing in there.
I don't know what you're talking about. If you don't mind, it's late. I should be getting to sleep.
Swiftly I began to walk back to Primrose House.
Hana?
Hey, Hana. I whipped around.
Shh, and what?
I'm sorry I suspected you. Taken aback, I didn't know how to respond.
Oh. Well, I'm sorry I was so rough about it.
I really didn't know what else to say. Jared waved a hand at me in the careless way he had.
Bye.
Don't even worry about it. Good night, Hana. I nodded, and this time when I left, I wasn't stopped again. At least not until I made it back to the dorm. Something seemed off. Quietly, I slid the key into the lock and turned it. The click that usually sounds so quiet now sounded like the clanging of a clock tower. Nervously, I opened the door. Shit.
What the hell?
I knew you were up to something. I was just in the bathroom. And you put on your clothes for that?
I looked down my uniform.
Bathroom shy?
Really?
And you were gone for 3 hours. I really need to poop. Fine, you got me. Now let me in. So what happened?
I wasn't sure what to tell her. I hadn't prepared anything in advance, and if ever make all seem casual, said the first thing that came to mind.
Well...
I forgot I booked a line to get it, but I ran into Jared on the way.
Oh, Jared.
Oh, God. Oh, shit. It had to be Jared, didn't it?
Okay, you cannot hold out on me. Tell me what happened. I need all the details.
Oh,
My best friend, aren't you?
Oof, low blow. Now what? Oh my God. I don't know if I want to break the promise and tell Mai, because you know she is our best friend, that, we also noted earlier that the doors are paper thin, meaning that if someone were to yell, I imagine that would actually catch to other places. We're gonna keep the promise.
Look, I can't really talk about that.
what?
What? Why not? I just can't, okay?
I crossed her arms.
This is so
I'm
stupid.
telling you the deepest, most darkest secret of my entire life. You can't tell me what you were doing with Jared?
I held my hands.
It was nothing like that, I swear. We really did just run into each other, but I'll tell you something even better.
In hushed whispers, I told her about the crack in the floor.
We just missed him.
Him?
Or her, I guess. And while I was coming up the walk, I had an idea. What if whoever took the boots also took the books? What if someone has it out for Satch? But who would except for Hidden Block? Satch is sweetest.
Well...
Maybe it's not Hidden Block in its entirety trying to ruin Satch. Maybe it's just Jimmy since they're going to get each other in the tournament.
It's not that I wanted to think that Jimmy did it, but it was the best lead I had this.
I'm going to bed.
She swept past me and climbed the ladder to bed.
What? That's it? What is a huge lead?
It's late. Go to sleep. She crawled under the covers and turned away from me. I suddenly felt exhausted. I changed my pajamas, slipped the lights off, and fell into bed. I was asleep in seconds. Next morning was awful. I almost didn't get out of bed. It took my shaking me awake 5 minutes before we were about to leave for me to even wake up. As soon as I saw what time it was, my heart flew to my throat. I never got raced so fast. A spike of adrenaline immediately after waking left me feeling lightheaded and oddly not in my body. I tried to let the cool morning air wake me, but the world just looked strange in the sunlight. It was like I was trapped in a computer program and the sunlight was painted on. Simply not the light. When we made it to Poppy, I was relieved. All I wanted to do was collapse on my seat, maybe catch a few quick minutes of sleep, though I doubt I'd be able to do after such a rough awakening.
Hana.
Hana. Before I could even get to the classroom door, a panicked voice stopped me. A worried Satch stood in front of me. In fact, this was the most worried I've ever seen him. He was wringing his hands, searching my face, and apparently he did not like what he had found. Jared told me.
What?
What?
He raised his eyebrows meaningfully. It took a second for my brain to catch up to what he was implying.
Damn it, that jerk. He said he was going to tell.
And to think I kept his secret last night. That's not important. I know what you're doing, and I don't like it. I want you to...
You can't tell me what to do.
And why not? I told you I have this under control. You're just going to get yourself in trouble. You're in enough trouble as it is. He stopped and his annoyance turned to concern. He reached out and tried to brush my face. How many nights have I been doing this? It isn't healthy. Pushed his hand away.
No!
I don't care. I'll do something.
Satch deflated a little, then gathered himself up again.
Well,
That's besides the point. I told you, I'm going to clear your name. You should be taking better care of yourself. Nobody even suspects you anymore, not really. After what you did for Jared.
About time. It only took them.
What?
Wait. You think I'm doing this for me?
I searched his face and he looked back at me in confusion.
Yes.
A surge of anger bubbled in my stomach.
You've got to be kidding me. How about being suspected? It's been suspected for 3 weeks. I think I can stand a few more.
Then why are you doing this? We were all yelling. For us, anyway. In the middle of the hall. That's was starting in just a few minutes, and the swarm of students walking by stopped to watch us.
You're so stupid. It's because of you. You're working so damn hard all the time, and you take on all this extra work, and you never tell anybody. I could just sit around and watch it happen. You've been so stressed, but you're still trying to help out me and mine. It's totally stupid.
Tears stung my eyes, but to attempt to stop crying didn't work. It wasn't like me to get so worked up, but... Oh, right. Go sleep. Satch stared at me, speechless. I shook my head.
Now you lie on yourself, and you never tell anybody what's wrong. You just help other people. Well, you need someone to rely on, too. I don't want you to work alone anymore. I just don't.
I stopped, unable to say more, wiping my face. Blame it on exhaustion, but I didn't even care that people were watching. I just wanted Satch to understand. Students, clearly uncomfortable, started filtering into the classroom. Satch gestured a few times, clear about beginning to speak, and each time he thought better of it. Finally, he swallowed. We can work together.
We can?
Satch nodded, seemingly unaware of the action. Sure. School bell rang, class was starting. I beamed at Satch. He still stood in front of me as if in a stupor.
Satch?
No response. I stepped behind him and gave him a shove towards the staircase.
Hey!
Joe, you're gonna be late for class.
oh,
Oh. Right.
alright, be good.
I'll see you later, Hana.
You better.
I stepped into the classroom. As I went to close the door behind me, I heard Satch quietly whisper, "Thanks."
Huh? Beep. If you don't mind taking your seat, Miss Mizuno. Class is waiting. Yes, ma'am.
I dashed my seat, waiting for Suzuki to lay some kind of punishment on me. Instead, a small smile tugged at the corner of her lips.
Now then, shall we discuss the benefits of motion controls in modern video games?
The class groaned like that it was over.
Yo, what's up?
Oh, what was that about?
You know, just a small victory. Satch and Hana sitting in a tree. Hi. I forgive you once, Miss Mizuno. Don't think I'll do it again. Yes, ma'am.
I sank a little in my chair and pulled out my book. There was no way I would fall asleep this time. I sprinted to the library. After Shirley to be working, he had to know what I discovered about the boots. He was probably have an answer. As I flung open the door to the library, several heads shot up in my direction. The librarian was nowhere to be seen. I ran to the front desk and slammed my hands onto it.
Hey!
Satch.
Satch's head peeped from the staff room. Seeing me, he grinned and came out.
Hana,
To what do I owe the pleasure?
I think I figured out something about the boots.
He frowned, glanced around, and waved me back to behind the counter and into the staff room. I closed the door and glanced through the glass, then he motioned for me to speak. I began to tell him exactly what happened last night. When I mentioned Roy and Jared, he held up his hand.
what?
What exactly did you see? I shifted nervously.
Well...
Happened really fast. I didn't really see much. I was really freaked out, and so was he.
I just spoiled immediately. I don't know why he was sitting there. Satch gazed my eyes, and I swallowed heavily. I wasn't going to out Jared, not even to one of his friends. But something told me Satch knew I was lying. Finally he sighed. Continue. I finished my story, describing the dent we saw on the ground and my belief that someone moved the boots out of the hall. So whoever took them might be planning on selling them or on keeping them out of your hands for some reason. Interesting. The boots are worth a lot of money, so it almost makes sense for someone to sell them. Except that almost every student here is loaded, the exception being you. I winced. Regardless, this is great information to know. I'd really rather you didn't risk yourself going out at night. School's important, you worked so hard to get here. I don't want to know what they'd do if they found you. There are other dangers. You're lucky you only ran into Jared.
Lucky? I was scared for my life.
Exactly.
I don't want to keep you long. I know you have to work and you can't get in any trouble either.
Asagao Satch, however, was staring out the glass window. Hana ducked.
There.
He put a hand on my shoulder and gently pressed me downwards. I squatted on the floor as his eyes slid across the glass.
What's going on?
Shh, 1 second. My knees hurt. Come here, quickly. I stood and moved to the corner of Satch. From where we were standing, we could just see into the far side of the library. There, holding a giant stack of books, was Mai.
So, what's wrong with that?
Watch her. She glanced around herself and slinked up against a bookcase, vanishing from view. A few seconds later, she appeared further down the library. Again, she looked around her and made a bad dash for the door. Then she was gone.
What was that about?
I tried to laugh it off, but it came out more like a wheeze, terribly unconvincing. Satch took his glasses off and polished them against his white cotton shirt. I did not like where this was going. It would not be pretty. This isn't the first time I've seen her do this.
Well, no? You don't know what she was doing. Maybe those were her books. Maybe she was getting them for a teacher.
He stared me in the eyes. Do you really think that's the case? Well, we've told Mai that we trust her. And I think it would be a good idea to indicate that we trust her even to our friends. Down here just seems like it would distance ourselves from her and not work out too well. I think we're gonna trust her.
Mai's my friend. I don't think she would do this. At least, I want to talk to her before you assuming she's some kind of thief. She deserves better than that.
Sorry. It was rude of me to imply. We don't have any proof. No decisions to be made till then. He sighed heavily, shoulders. Thank you for letting me know about this. You're pretty reliable, you know?
No, I'm really not.
I glanced away and heard a door open. Satch was waiting for me to leave.
Right, I'll just, go.
See you later.
See you later.
Come by again soon, huh? He winked. I blushed and scattered out of the library, relief flooding over me. But as I reached the hall, I stopped. Would Mai really put Satch in danger like that after all he did for us? I really didn't know what to think. I was walking back to the dorm a few days later, enjoying the late spring sunlight on my face when I heard someone call out my name.
Hana.
Hana, there you are.
Satch!
He reached me and bent over, panting slightly.
Were you running to catch me?
You walk surprisingly fast. I waited a bit for him to catch his breath. He glanced around us surreptitiously. I isn't with you? That's strange.
She's at volleyball practice. She's part of the team, you know?
Well, that's convenient. She's what I want to talk to you about today. I really didn't like the way he said that. Remember how we saw her sneaking through the library the other day?
Yeah?
Another chunk of books are missing from the library. In other words, she didn't check out those books.
Okay.
He looked at me expectantly.
I don't know I like what you're implying.
Can you blame me? What else am I supposed to think?
I don't know.
I don't know. Better of your friend, baby? You know, Mai, she wouldn't do something like this.
Do I?
People can surprise you, huh? You shouldn't trust people so easily.
He said it so bitterly that I was caught off guard. Anything to say, he was still in a tense silence. Then he sighed. It makes sense, that's all I'm saying. It wouldn't hurt just to ask her, would it? Well, yes it would. It'd be betraying her trust on an issue she was already really sensitive about. But Satch didn't know she had kleptomania. He probably thought it'd be as simple as a stick of cotton candy.
Oh, I'll see what I can do.
Right on.
Thanks, Hana. But I've got to go to work now, so I'll see you later.
Yeah, bye.
I watch as he hustled off in the direction of the library, feeling nauseous. Really don't want to think of why I was the one who was stealing everything, not after she so sincerely told me that she hadn't taken the boots. I have to confront her? Well, I did share a room with her. It wouldn't be hard to do a little bit of snooping now, would it? That night I rose from bed like a vampire. With my snores like ambient noise, I crept to her desk. Ignoring the guilt in my stomach, I used my cell phone as a flashlight. I didn't see anything incriminating. No library books, just regular books. I pulled open her drawers, not daring to do more than to stare at whatever was on top of the pile. Mine was incredibly messy, tons of random stuff thrown left and right. But then there was no room for the books in any of her drawers. As far as I could tell, she got off scot-free. But that didn't make any sense. I thought I might take books out of the library, so shouldn't they at least be somewhere? Where else might she have put them? I sighed and put on some slippers. Time for another secret outing. I made it to the classroom without incident, hang over to Mai's desk, slide my hands through. Money? 5,000 yen? I'll just put that back where I found it.
Who leaves 5,000 yen just sitting in their desk?
These rich kids, I swear. Regardless, there is no books. There was only one last place to look. Mai's locker is directly next to mine, so I stepped on my tiptoes and peeked through the slats. There's a full-length poster of Jared, a airbrush, her volleyball team jacket dangling from her coat hook. And there at the bottom of her locker was a pile of books. My heart sped up and I tried angling my phone's flashlight to get a better look and see if I could read the titles, but no matter how I tried, the light wouldn't reach. I put my cell phone back in my pocket and sped out of Poppy Hall. I emerged through the night. The wind chilled my skin, but despite that, it felt hot. Alert. Awake. I didn't want to go back to the dorms and after all I found, so I decided to turn and head for the field. It was a long walk, especially in the dark. Halfway there, I found myself regretting such a stupid decision, especially with the trees and shrubs shrouding the trails and making me feel like someone was watching me. But I let my journal lead me, and no time was at the field. The field at night was a peaceful, almost a spiritual place. As I walked to the great oak tree, it felt like there were others there with me, watching over me. Maybe fairies. Or elves. Or... Satch. Satch.
Huh.
I knew it. I glanced around me nervously, unsure where to go, what to do.
I couldn't sleep?
Apparently not. You've been having a hard time sleeping for a while, haven't you? And do your usual break curfew and you go sneaking around the grounds when you can't sleep.
I
Didn't know what to do. Satch seemed angry, and I didn't like being out there alone in an empty field all night with an angry Satch. Anger had always scared me, even more so after my time at my old school. I hated being angry. I hated to see other people angry. I didn't know what to do. Hana. Satch sighed. You know, we're partners now, so you don't have to do this all by yourself. Can you at least tell me when you're going to do something like this? I don't want you to put yourself in danger. I'll go with you, so don't go alone. I'll protect you.
Are you worried about me?
I grinned at him and he rubbed his temples. I swear, you're going to be the death of me.
Seriously?
You were.
Look. Without thinking, I hugged him. Satch's arms fell limply to his sides.
Thank you, Satch.
After a few seconds, his arms wrapped around me too. I just don't want you to get hurt. I don't suffer because of it. Threw my hand to his chest, chuckling.
Silly, that's exactly what I was thinking about you. After all this with the boots and now with the books,
Satch laughed and I felt his chest shake with each exhale. Of course we would. Stood like that for a while. After some time, Satch nudged me slightly. Hana, look. I stepped away from him and gasped. Fireflies. Fireflies lit the air around us, flowing through the tree limbs and shining the night sky as if they were stars.
They're beautiful.
Satch nodded, pulling me closer towards him. Satch walked me back to Primrose House, starting me like a knight. I thought about telling him about the books, but decided not to. I had no proof. There was no reason to make me more suspicious of mine. They were just books. They could be anything. They could actually be our textbooks.
Good night, Satch.
Good night, Hana.
Class?
I'm handing back the results of last week's test. Most of you did very well. A few of you rather unexpectedly slid severely down the ladder. I hope that you're all taking your studies seriously, because if you aren't, we aren't going to get the end of the year class trip to Osaka. How am I supposed to find a boyfriend if that happens? She handed the papers back through the class, her puffing disdainfully as she passed PBG. Hana, I really hope this is a one-time incident. She handed me back my exam. 64%. Stared at the circled red number, mind blank of shock. How is that possible? My whistle behind me. Damn, Hana. Not too good. Not doing too good there, are you? I've never gotten lower to beat in my life. You're shaking? Whoa, calm down there, girl. It was a one exam. Ain't nothing you need to worry about. We'll get some ice cream later on and everything will be fine. I'm dumb. You haven't been paying attention to class. How do you expect to pass the test when you know what's on it? You're not like Kakazu. You can't ambient and soak in knowledge while you're sleeping. That's not fair. She gets dictionaries literally uploaded to her database while she's powered off. But no, I just like to read them before falling asleep, like any other normal human or carbon-based life form. Anyways, let's get to lunch. I'll treat you to ice cream and things will totally look better after this. Come on. Mai and I arrived at the lunch table, me nursing a double scoop of vanilla ice cream. Mr. Sada and Gerard stood and held his test for the table to see.
Aw, yeah.
I did not fail you, boys. And ladies.
Boom, baby.
Another flat 100, sold and sealed. Is that so many tests in a row? Don't you ever get tired? Doesn't passion ever die? Will flames cease to burn if there ever is fuel? As long as I am trapped in the confines of schooling and there are tests to finish, I will complete them. A smattering of polite applause met this speech. Well, it wasn't like it was a particularly hard test this time around. It's good that Asagao basically only puts effort into midterms and finals. Way easier to cope. Although if I became president, I solemnly vowed to change that. Why would you do that? Did you get another terrible score, PBG? No. Yes. There's no helping you.
Well...
I've offered to you before, you know. You never accept it. I have way better things to do in school. This will hardly matter once I graduate anyways. Education is important. Try to avoid whether you're in school or not. I will. I just learn practical skills I can apply to a future career, like video editing or voice acting. What kind of career are you planning to have? Well, Jared, speak for yourself. Professional soccer player? Hana, you got 60-something, didn't you? I guess even the good ones have to fail at some point. Hi! Blushed and looked at my hands. Full 60? You still did better than me. Earlier relief. Is that because you fall asleep in class? I felt Satch's gaze hot in my face and avoid eye contact with him at all costs. So, is this proof of layover milk sauce on spaghetti? You both are welcome to ask for my help if you ever need it.
Yes, Satch.
Yeah!
We'd love for you to tutor us if you could.
Yeah, tonight even. We love learning.
Right on.
That works out perfectly for me. Tonight at 7, I'll see you in my room.
Grand time, sir.
Angry Satch was scary. I show up at Satch's room at 7 o'clock, right on time. Pikachu is nowhere in sight. I knocked lightly on the door. It swung open immediately.
Hana.
Hana, good to see you. Please come in. I'm sorry to say that PWG won't be joining us. He had other commitments. Jared's out too. Not quite sure what he's up to though. Maybe practicing for his fashion show?
Oh,
I shuffle into his room, taking my shoes off by the door.
I guess it's just us then.
Yeah, I guess so. What was this tension? Anyway, we've got lots to cover, so let's get started. He pulled out Jared's desk chair and sat next to his own, patting the seat. After you.
Thank you.
I sat in the chair and pulled out my notebooks and pencils. Once arranged nicely and ready to take notes, I turned tentatively to Satch. Take a quick look at this. We're at 20 currently. For some reason, that didn't. Anyway, he cleared his throat. What was the war fought for in Independence of America called? Were we starting already? I didn't know anything about American history. Well, I can tell you one thing. It's not screw the Brits. It's not the American war. Standard answer. Good job. In an MMORPG, what is the role of the DPS? DPS? I heard that phrase used in class, but it was never explained to me. This is totally accurate. That's great. I'm sorry. That's the function. That's hilarious. A textbook answer. Good job. Okay, last question. Don't ask whether you're a Russian Saram, your response should be... Russian Saram, was that? Korean? I don't know what the actual answer is. Correct. The questioning went on like this for a while. These questions were hard, but they seemed to be about foundational things I was ever taught in my public school. Was already expected to know here at Asagao. It explained why Mr. Juka's lectures were sometimes so hard to follow. I needed his foundational knowledge. By the end of things, even though I was tired, course concepts were starting to line up in my mind. Okay, let's take a break. A break! Thank goodness, my head hurt. I rubbed my temples, trying not to let my stress creep up on me. If you're ready, it's time to get to the actual lesson.
Actual lesson? What's that?
Just a warm-up, yep. As I gaped at him, he bent down and picked something up from a compartment near his desk. It was a little red baggie and unwrapped it to reveal... a strawberry cheesecake popsicle? Now, if you can get these right, you get to have a snack. I gaped at him, my mouth watering.
I love those.
You can have it if you get these right. We studied for a while. Satch quizzed me on various subjects, but... yes. Perfect. Explain to me the fall of the Tokugawa shogunate in 3 sentences or less. That was something they haven't even taught us yet. Huh? Well, no, that's not quite. Okay, what's the third law of thermodynamics, and what famous short story is it present in? What in the hell? Satch chuckled. Entropy? No.
No.
Okay, what is the chemical composition of granite?
Satch, these questions will be harder than anything we've ever learned.
Of course they are. If you don't study above your level, I'll ever get easier for you.
That's not fair.
Satch laughed. Hold on. That laugh. I want to, play it again. I like that laugh. Sorry.
Let's stop laughing. I'm really frustrated.
No, that's what I'm laughing at. It's really cute. You hand a popsicle to me.
Right on.
Here, you've been working hard, so you deserve it.
You just gave this to me because I was cute, didn't you?
What?
No. No. You definitely deserve it for your hard work.
You're a terrible liar.
I try not to. He bent down to that desk compartment and pulled out another frozen treat, a vanilla cone covered with chocolates and nuts. I'll eat with you. He got out of his desk to stretch. I did the same. Instead, we moved to the couch, which I collapsed into with a heavy sigh. A small sigh.
Satch, get your machine going.
Oh, that. It's going okay. I wish I had more time to work on it. I think I'm so close to some kind of major breakthrough with things I've been distracted. Things? They mean me and my searching the grounds, the books, how hard his job has gotten, helping me study. I went over the possible cause to realize just how much Satch had to deal with because of me and how much he was helping me. And I thought I was supposed to be helping him. Hey, don't make that face, it's not your fault.
So, why are you making it up? Making it? Is it your dream?
Well, I guess because I was curious. I have some other ideas I want to try out. It's related to my dream. I want to be able to make a living being creative. I'd like to explore how creativity works, construction ideas and mechanics, how they all work together with the human brain to create something new.
Oh!
Yeah.
But for right now, yes, finishing the machine is my dream. What's yours then? I bit my lip. It wasn't something I'd like to talk about, but for some reason, I wanted to tell Satch. Maybe it was because I felt he was sincerely interested, or because he wouldn't judge me, but I could trust him. Definitely.
I was really a lot my old school, but I have a former best friend and my friends. They would do horrible things. Eventually they did something so bad they crossed the line.
I put my hand to my hair, somewhat self-conscious, then fingered the bow my father had given me.
I left home to come to Asagao rather than go down to Risu again. My dad's bringing himself to the bone just let me stay here, because my mom's so no longer with us. For a long time, my dream was just to have friends.
This sounded so sad. Pathetic, almost.
Hey.
You know, that dream has already come true. You have friends. I gave him a look. I'm serious, look around you. Marbles Club, even if they're been mixed up, are your friends. And if you can't count them, you've got me and mine now. We're your friends. We've got your back. Looks like you'll have to find something else to dream about. I stared at him suddenly.
Oh.
Why are you crying? Did I say something wrong?
No, just... You're right, and I'm happy.
A slow smile spread across Satch's face and he put an arm around me. I leaned my head into his shoulder and I cried. Just cried.
You guys are my friends. How did I get so lucky?
It's because of who you are as a person, Hana. It wasn't by random chance. That's not how people work. If you think we're something special, you must be too. Huh? Satch patted the top of my head. There, Hana. You're okay. You're alright now. Chapter 4. Shocked Satch in the background and a smiling Satch in the foreground. This can only go well. I returned to my room that evening, all washed in a happy peacefulness I haven't felt in years. For the first time, I felt like I belonged somewhere with people I could trust. For the first time, I had a sense of freedom. From here, I could be anything I wanted to be. I just had to discover my dream. How to do that? I pushed open the door, expecting to find Mai waiting to pour questions down my throat, but to my surprise, the room was empty. A book sat open on her desk, some pencils next to it. She must have gone to the bathroom or something. I glanced over the book on her desk, unable to hide my curiosity about what she was doing. Huh? My heart stopped. This book. I lifted one of the covers to peer at its spine. History of Seduction. This was one of the books that went missing at the library. What was Mai doing with it? It didn't make any sense. Someone must have brought it over and left it there. There was no way Mai would. Hana, you're back. Ah! I jumped nearly a foot into the air, suddenly eye-to-eye with Mai. Then I crossed my backpack and opened it up, packing my notes away as if nothing happened.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, you okay? Mm-hmm. I nodded, my face on fire. Don't make eye contact, don't make eye contact. God damn, did you and Satch make out or something?
Mai, of course not. We just studied well.
Really?
Really? Is that all? He gave me the stink eye. I began to alphabetize my notes.
Yep, totally.
Ah, man.
What's the point of living through you if you're not going to give me all the juicy details? Sorry to disappoint you, but I can't give details that don't exist.
She crossed her arms grumpily.
If you say so.
As she turned away, her eyes fell across the book on her desk. She started, but soon crossed over to it, closed it, and put it in her desk drawer.
Well, if you're not going to reveal your secrets, I'm going to go into bed.
She sniffed haughtily.
I should get ready too. I'll shower first. Ah, man.
Her grandma showered things in towel, put on flip-flops, and was out the door. Only then was I able to breathe normal. I should hurry, or Milo get even more suspicious. It didn't take long that night for Mai to fall asleep. As her snores filled the air, quietly tiptoed out of bed and headed to her desk. She slept on the top bunk facing outwards. If she made noise, she'd definitely wake up and see me going through her stuff. This is a huge breach of her privacy. But then, did she really deserve it to keep her privacy, or she was stealing library books, putting Satch in danger? I hovered over her desk. Suddenly couldn't remember which drawer she put that book in. The obvious choice was the locked drawer. But if she locked it, then when I tried to open it, she'd probably hear it. Where should I look? Alright. We could go through her regular drawers. And that's anything to go by. I would assume that regular drawers would just contain random knickknacks and things that don't particularly matter. We could poke through her backpack. That's the thing that we haven't tried yet, or thought about even. Or we could try the locked drawer, which is locked and will probably wake her up. We're gonna go through the backpack. I bent out to the side of her desk and unzipped her backpack. It was possible that after I left to go shower, she shoved the book in there, fully intending to take it back to the library the next day. If that was true, then there was nothing to worry about. I was definitely still a trustworthy person. I shuffled through the papers in her backpack. Even in the dim moonlight, could make out clippings of Jared modeling various styles of swimsuits. I thought he was pretty in real life, those are also unbearable. In the back of her pack was a thick pile of papers bound by a hardcover. I pulled it out and examined it. It wasn't the book I was looking for. Or a library book, for that matter. In fact, it looked like a handmade book? Was Mai writing something? I gave a loud snore and I jumped, nearly dropping what I was holding. Heart pounding, I quickly returned it to its proper place, set things back to about what I thought they were before I started messing around, and slowly crawled into bed. It didn't matter that she hadn't actually woken up, at least as far as I could tell. Heart pounded as though she came after me with a knife. It took me forever to fall asleep. The guilt I felt for snooping through my things made me a terrible bedfellow. That morning, I got up nearly an hour before I usually did. I barely got any sleep that night, so there was no point in laying in bed staring at the ceiling. That's what I told myself as I quickly dressed, grabbed my bag, and ran outside. I told myself that, but I knew deep down it was a lie. I didn't want to talk to Mai. I didn't want to look at her. I didn't know that I could, not without giving something away. I didn't know which was worse, that I broke her trust, or that I know that she was probably guilty. With the stack of books in her locker, the one on her desk, what other conclusion was I supposed to come to? How could she do this to Satch after all he did for us? I walked around campus, kicking the early morning dew out of the grass. More importantly, what was I going to do about it? Should I tell Satch? Should I talk to Mai? Was he even any of my business anymore? I kleptomania, an illness. I didn't know what that really meant or what she was struggling with. I could easily just decide she was just a bad person and she cared more about herself than about the fact that she was hurting Satch. But Mai had shown me over the past 2 months who she was as a person. I knew better than to assume she was doing this out of spite. I should give her the benefit of the doubt. At the very least, she deserved that from me.
Good morning.
Hana,
What's going on?
what are you doing here so early?
I need to go buy some knitting needles. Bye.
I sprinted in the opposite direction, paying no heed to where I was going.
Hana.
Hana, wait! Satch's voice faded into the distance as I ran. And ran. And ran. By the time I stopped, I reached the field. I collapsed into the ground.
I hate exercise.
I glanced up in the sky. Someone was peeking over the tops of the trees in the distance. There was no way I was getting to class on time, not after running all the way here. Sighing, I made my way back to the school. There goes Hana Mizuno, smooth operator. That's why. I shook up as I bag-raggled and stepped into the classroom. I sat in the doorway for waiting to be interrogated, but I was surprised she just gave me a sad kind of smile and nodded my seat. I sat, marveling at the ease with which I escaped burning at the stake. Something was definitely up with me. But what? Thankfully, considering class was already in session, I only narrowly avoid trouble. Mai didn't question me about my whereabouts. I was about to finish class without locking eyes for a single time. Able to be. At lunch, I headed straight to the library and began pulling out books. I wanted facts, straight up facts, about what kleptomania was and how it affected people. Internet access was severely restricted at Asagao, as if we all had parents who thought the internet was full of pedophiles, catfishers, and porn, so books were only figuring things out. We'll ignore this point for now. We'll talk about this when the time comes. As I sifted through the thick books on the table, a sick feeling hit my stomach. Impulse control disorder, often accompanying depression or obsession disorder, way of managing emotional stress or anxiety. Sufferers often do not wish to steal, will still type signs repeatedly. Often items of little value to the owner, such as pens, papers, clips, erasers. Sufferers should learn their triggers and how to avoid stress, anxiety that provokes these impulses. Feel intense guilt and shame, or often able with friends or family. Can have large periods of aggression without theft. May give away stolen items, charity, friends, or family, or return items to a place. Don't often use what they steal as such not driven by necessity, but by an emotional high. Feel as if they can't control their behavior, often having difficulty maintaining emotions out of fear of shame. Kleptomania, everyone. Didn't seem to be a disorder of much concrete information on it, as those with it often didn't tell their doctors they had it. As such, at least in the books that I was reading, hardly anything about how to approach a loved one suffering from a disorder. One thing stood out to me though. I didn't necessarily want to be stealing. She felt guilty, she felt ashamed. And if thinking back to when she told me about her kleptomania, she was terrified. Absolutely terrified that I wouldn't accept her. I would no longer want to be her friend. I would vilify her. Yes, Satch was in trouble because of what Mai was doing. That didn't make Mai a bad person. This was her fault. This was her responsibility. But someone could do bad things and still be a good person. Mai. Feng Shui, say Feng Shui. You call yourselves friends? I can't believe you, any of you. I thought you were better than this.
You're my best
I
friend.
just want you to think this through. I don't like seeing people take advantage of my friends. People I care about. Well, it's okay. We're all cowards sometimes. I was not a bad person. I returned to class without having eaten and found a seaweed wrapped rice ball waiting for me. As I sat down and looked around for who put it there, Mai grinned at me. Knowing what I did about her, how was I going to confront her? I didn't want to make her feel bad, but what she was doing wasn't right. Did I just go up to her and accuse her, or... Shizuka came into the room, practically floating off her feet. Class, sometimes miracles do happen. Sometimes you find what you want in exactly the right place you least expected, at the time you finally decide to stop looking. Looks are important, but personality is what gives humans life, depth, meaning. Learn from my example. Please take 10 minutes to doodle and color in your notebooks. I'll be doing the same. I leaned over to me. He's definitely getting late. Hi. No, she's right to let her be. Everyone. I opened my notebook and instead of doodling, started scrawling out different potential combos for Domadu's revenge. There was only a few weeks and some change till the tournament next Saturday. Spent so much time worrying about Satch in the books that I hardly practiced at all. Now that I know who did it, it was time to catch up. Spent half that time wondering what to do with mine, half strategizing. Before I knew it, the bell rang. Shizuka stood and closed her notebook, which was covered in red and pink hearts, stick figures, holding hands, and hugging Miss Shizuka. Something. Ta-ta, my lovelies! She skipped out of the room, happy as a bunny of a carrot. Well, it's good that she's happy. Yeah, where were you this morning at lunch? Meeting up with Satch again? No, of course not. We gathered our things and left the room. As we walked, my chest tensed. I was hypothesizing about Suzuka's newest relationship, wondering whether things went badly again or whether she found a toad who finally treated her well. I glanced around us as we walked, hoping to avoid...
Hana.
Satch. Hey, Hana. I jumped. Satch, somewhere behind us, waved a hand in the air and called out my name. I grabbed Mai's hand and walked faster, skipping out onto the campus. Hana, are you going to talk to Satch? No. So, something's wrong? I'd rather not talk about it here. I grew quiet and her wrist fell limp in my hand. I led her into Primrose House and to our dorm. She watched me unlock the door and step through it as if on death row. There is a train nearby. I closed the door behind us and opened my mouth. I know. I don't know why I did it, and I'm sorry. I couldn't help it, and after I knew Satch was in trouble, I couldn't make up myself give them back. I didn't want people to know I was the one who took them. I didn't want to think about what I was going to do with to them and to us, since I've just been sitting here taking more. The more stress I got, the more I took in, and I pulled her into a hug, running my hand down her hair. Yeah, you didn't mean to do it. It's okay. Please don't feel like you're a bad person. You're not. You're my Sasuke. You're my best friend. I know that you're a good person, and I'll stick by you no matter what. Mai wrapped her arms around me, sobbing into my shoulder. I thought you'd hate me. Hate you? How could I ever hate you? You're the most important person here to be. You always will be. No matter what.
Hana.
But, I know. I need to tell him. I need to give him the books back. Will you go with me? I'm afraid to go alone. Of course I will. She sniffed and gave me a watery smile. Thanks, Hana. Want to clean up before we go? Definitely. I waited for Maya outside the girls' restroom, listening to her pump herself up and wash her face. I said Satch would take it well, and part of me believed that, but part of me was still apprehensive. Maybe it was a bit much to expect Satch to take this in stride. But he definitely wouldn't let this color suspicions of us as the boots thieves. Definitely.
I'm ready.
It wasn't until we got outside of the library that Maya showed signs of waiting. She glanced at me and I nodded. There was nowhere for her to escape. Either she dealt with the problem and he got mad at her, or I did. She gritted her teeth and gingerly pushed open the library door. She stepped through and I followed. To our surprise, Satch wasn't standing at the front desk. Nobody was.
Is he off duty? Let's walk around to make sure.
Together we walked through the library, our fearful faces drawing eyes from the many students hovering over their homework. They chose the library instead of the classroom because they believed the requirement of quiet would help them actually get their strategies down in place. We reached the back corner of the library and passed a student asleep on a chair, dribbling down his chin. Then we found them. The whole Norboots gathered around a long table, talking quietly but furiously.
Yeah, that's the same strategy you used last year. You'll be prepared for it.
Exactly what it's good to use again, but with a twist. I can't believe they didn't sign up for trivia this year. I get it, but that doesn't make any easier on us.
I'd like to branch out.
It sounded like they were having a tournament strategy meeting. Without me. I glanced at me and I tried not to show it, but I was hurt. Of course they wouldn't want me around just because they were treating me like a friend again. Didn't mean they have to trust me as far as the tournament was concerned.
Anyway, Satch is over there.
We emerged from the shadows, skittish like kittens. As soon as Jared saw us approaching, he stopped talking.
Can we speak with Satch, please? Privately?
All eyes in the room land on Satch. Sure, continue without me, guys. He stood and we walked over to Yard's corner of the library. Satch crossed his arms, waiting.
Sorry.
Sorry.
I bowed deeply, hands her. Although a touching gesture, I noticed it also hid her face from view.
I'm the one who took the books from the library. I put them in, trying to control it, but I found out how much you're suffering. I only felt worse. I thought Hana and I would be running for the boots. I lost all nerve. I'm sorry.
She lifted her head. To my surprise, Satch smiled. It's okay.
What?
That's it?
Satch sighed and scratched the back of his neck. Yeah, well, turns out I was fired yesterday, so it doesn't affect me anymore.
Satch?
No, it's better this way. It wasn't good to work here. Terrible environment, so in a way, it's a blessing. Is that all you had to say?
I guess so.
I looked at it as if she were in shock.
Be good.
Cool. I've got to get back to the meeting then. We followed Satch out from around the bookshelf, but then somebody blocked our way. I knew it. The color drained from Maya's face. I knew you couldn't be trusted. Pink-haired girls are all the same. So it comes to no, as no surprise that redheads would be similar.
Shane.
Shane?
Without another word, he turned on his heel.
Uh,
Oh no. We rushed back to Norwood's club table, but by the time we got there... Fault. He needs that money to go to school and she let him take the fall for it. Maya slid behind me, pressing her face into my shoulder. How could she do that to him? Can we really trust these girls?
But Maya would never.
Do you really think after all this it wouldn't have taken the boots?
That's ridiculous. Why would he take the boots? What could he even do with them?
They were made of gold. Use your head.
But it's not fair.
I trailed off, looking around the room. No one seemed to want to make eye contact with me, not even Satch. I knew Maya wouldn't do such a thing. She even told me so, but she said the same thing about the books. I felt her trembling behind me and suddenly grew full of doubt. If she didn't want to talk about the books because she was afraid of what would happen, why would she ever tell me she took the boots? And if it wasn't her, who? She let Satch take the fall for the books. And it seemed like in this case I could go down with her or... No. Fuck this. The guys have been assholes for the most part during this route, except for Satch. We're not gonna side with the guys. We helped Mai get this far, we helped her open up to Satch in the ones that matter in this case. We're gonna keep defending her. That's all there is to it.
Look, I'm on my side no matter what. If it means you all suspect me, then that's just what it means. We don't have time for this.
I grabbed Mai's hand and pulled her with me, away from the table, away from Satch, and away from Nora Boots Club. When we got out of the library, Mai pulled me into a hug. Oh, thank you. I hugged her back, fighting tears. This was fine. This was definitely.
Well, for some silly books.
But they were important books. Did you even read them?
Well...
I took them for a reason. There's something I was working on.
Working on what?
She eyed me up and down.
If I tell you, promise you won't abandon me? Is that something you start asking at this point?
Good point. Come on. I dug through her drawer in our room, then pulled out a shiny silver key. With it, she opened the locked drawer on the bottom of her desk and pulled out a stack of papers.
What is this?
This. Eyes shining, she piled the papers into my hands.
Is my masterpiece.
I read the title, Normal Love, an erotic friend fiction, friendship, trauma, angst, comfort, fic, lemon. My eyes widened. I scanned the paper quickly, seeing giant yaoi hands and references to London in the 1800s.
Hi! Shh. Let's read it, Hana. Tell me what you think.
I never did finish reading Mai's friend fiction. The last thing I remembered, quite a ways through the story, was Shane and John starting to No. Perhaps it was better left unsaid. Yes, it was definitely better left unsaid. I expected Mai to at least somewhat return to her normal, cheerful self. But by the next day, guilt was still clearly gnawing her conscience. We sat at our respective desks, Mai tapping away with her pencil.
I feel awful. I can't believe he lost his job because of us, because of me. Mai, it's not
your fault. Those words died on my lips. It was at least partially her fault. She had a direct hand in it. I could tell her it wasn't true until the cows came home, but it was true, partially, but Mai wouldn't let that bit of responsibility go.
Well...
Something we can do? I'm going to confess. I'll take the books to the library and tell her I'm the one who took them. Satch has no idea, none of it was his fault, he's his job back. Do you think that'll work? Won't you get in trouble? Probably, but it's not as if I don't deserve it. Took the books after all. That was my doing.
She began packing books into her satchel. She straightened, I stood too.
I'm going with you. Thanks, Hana, for everything.
When we got to the library, we went straight to the front desk. Phoebe was manning it, looking bored out of her mind.
Yes, what do you? Hey, you're not allowed back here.
We went straight past her and to the door of the back room.
Sorry, but this is important. We've got direct business with the librarian.
He eyed us warily, then shrugged.
Do yourselves. I wouldn't want to be you.
I knocked on the door, jaw clenched tighter in a corkscrew.
What is it? I need to speak with you. It's urgent.
There was a loud series of grumbles from beyond the door, then opened. Librarian.
I'll give you 5 seconds.
I hastily slipped the books out of her bag.
Do you see these? These are books that were missing from the library. I took them.
Alright, and... So I'm turning them in. I'm responsible for stealing them. I should be punished. And then you can see if Satch got back because he wasn't at fault. Jill books out to the librarian and bowed, tears in her eyes. Under no circumstances. He lifted the book out of Maya's outstretched arms. Me! Yes! Maybe sprang over, abject terror in her eyes. I want these put away within 5 minutes, do you understand? Yes, sir. He dashed off.
I can't believe this.
That's not fair. No.
Satch deserves his job back.
Regardless of who took the books. He looked at Maya though she would spit on her. Satch did not find them, that is that.
But
The other two girls who've been hanging out with that bunch recently, huh? Perhaps you'd like to have detention over the tournament weekend. My jaw dropped. And maybe I can add a helping for Satchel as well.
no, that's...
Then do not let me see you again. You know what would happen if you do. She slammed the door in our faces. Maya and I walked back in silence. How could there be someone like that in charge of students in a school?
What a jerk!
Can you believe her? Maybe it's better he doesn't have that job. Inwardly, I agreed. No one should have to put up with that kind of treatment. Not even Mimi. But without that job, how is Satch going to pay for school? We weren't allowed to seek work outside of school. He found another job here on campus. Tomorrow is Saturday, only 1 week until the tournament. The next day, I went straight to Satch's room. I wasn't sure what exactly I was going to do, but I couldn't stop worrying about him. I wanted to apologize or explain myself or something. I wanted to do something. I couldn't stand sitting around thinking about it. Knocked on the door. From inside I heard a small crash. For just a second. There was a bit more crashing and Satch muttering under his breath, then the door flew open.
Hana.
Hana, come in, come in. He was trembling with excitement and absolutely beaming, splotches of oil on his cheeks.
Are you okay?
Yeah.
Yes, come on. He grabbed my wrist and pulled me into his room, shutting the door tight behind me.
I wanted to apologize. Maya and I went to return the books to the library yesterday, and we tried to get your job back, but...
Satch waved his hand. I don't care about that. Honestly, I thought about it, and losing his job might be the best possible thing that could happen to me. I was wasting so much time there, and hearing my receiver from my room is really getting me down. I didn't realize it until I was away from the constant activity. I was on my church now, and look! He gestured dramatically to his VR machine, which was sitting out in the middle of the room. I made a major breakthrough. He was correctly bouncing as I crept towards it. It looked exactly the same to me.
Good?
Here, put it on. You'll see. He handed me the helmet, and I shoved it onto my head.
It's comfier than before.
Yeah, I realized some people's heads might be more sensitive than others, so I found it didn't disrupt the connectors. I'm turning it on, okay?
Okay.
The storm faded away, and a familiar feeling of dizziness came over me. The flash. I found myself in that familiar white room. This time, instead of opposite table, however, there were two doors. Okay, so don't actually move your body. I'm putting my hand on you just to make sure you don't bump into it. But think about moving across the room.
Think about it?
I twitched. No, don't move. Think about moving.
How do I...
I kept my arms pinned to my sides and glanced around the room. Think about moving? I want to move over there. Nothing happened. Okay, I want to... My arm goes up. No. I let out a frustrated sigh. I could see myself moving my mind's eye, but it wasn't... Huh? I moved. Or the room around me was moving? The doors were getting closer to me as if I took a step forward. And then another. And then another. I reached the left door and thought about reaching out my hand, but just that it seemed to grasp the doorknob. I felt myself back in the dorm room, Satch's arm around my shoulders. I popped off the VR helmet, confused as to whether that was a success or a failure. The tournament required a finished product, one without many glitches. Would this really be okay? But when I looked at Satch, he was beaming.
Yes.
Isn't it amazing? It's the total breakthrough. I stared at him, and then it hit me.
Oh my god, it is!
I grabbed his arm and jumped up and down.
I moved just by thinking.
Satch.
Satch, you realize what you've made?
He grabbed my arm and started jumping too. I do. This is great. Isn't it great? I didn't think I'd be able to do it. I think with this, I have a real chance at making my dream come true. I can sell this, Hana. This could be my source of income. And I'd have all the time in the world to study and create. I really think this can work. He hugged me and instantly released me, a blush on his cheeks. Thanks for helping me and being my guinea pig. The helmet's too small for Jared's hair. His gorgeous flowing lock. That made sense. As long as I can get this working for a tournament, everything else will work itself out. I trust it'll work out as long as I do my part.
In that case, I'll get out of your way.
Right on.
Thanks, Hana. I'll talk to you later. Waved and left him alone with his machine. As soon as I shut the door, the whirring of a machine kicked in. He was back at it. I was glad. It was unfortunate that it happened, but maybe it really was the best possible thing. Sometimes things happen for a reason, right? After having the good luck to come to Asagao, meet mine, and somehow end up with a chance to join Orbit's club. I firmly believe that. Never had I seen Satch so happy. Maybe happy, and I felt inspired too. There was still a week before a tournament, and I hadn't practiced much. It was time to fix that.
Hana.
Hana, are you awake?
I whispered into the darkness. I was half asleep, but I responded regardless.
Well, I've been thinking about everything that's happened. Did we ever find out who took the boots?
My eyes snapped open.
No, I guess we didn't.
Sounds that hung in the room after my sentence made it feel warmer. I stuck a leg out from under my covers.
It wasn't me, for sure. I know, I believe you.
But then,
who was it?
the question rolled around in my mind, gathering fragments of other thoughts like a sticky ball.
Never mind, you need to rest. Tournament is tomorrow, after all.
Good night.
Good night, Hana. Yeah. Good night.
I heard her turn away, shut my eyes and tried to find drowsiness I left. Felt just moments ago, but something wasn't sitting well with me. I had a terrible but tomorrow would go well, for sure. Yeah, it will go well. As much as I wanted to believe that, I couldn't. Slowly, I drifted into an uneasy sleep. The tournament was today. I agreed to meet up with Satch to help him move his machine to the tournament hall, and I was just about to knock on his door when... Clearly the culprits. I don't want Hana on this team. I froze. You have no proof, Shane. You can't punish someone for something they haven't necessarily done. That's proof enough. Mine's a kleptomaniac. You're not making sense. Lose tournament if Hana doesn't compete. It would be better to lose than to fraternize of a liar and a thief. Shane! I flinched. I never heard Satch speak in that way. I trust Hana, and they would never steal the boots. There was a heavy silence, and Shane spoke again, much closer to the door. You're biased. The door flew open and Shane emerged, nearly hitting me on the shoulder. I stared at him, stunned, but he briefly glanced at me before continuing down the hallway. Satch saw me standing there and came to stand next to me. Did you hear all that? Seeing my face, Satch scratched back of his neck. Look, Hana, I don't care what Shane says. He might not trust you, but I do. Everyone else should, too.
Really?
Would a bad person go exploring the campus at night to look for the boots? Would a bad person go to beg for my job back? Would a bad person take care of Oscar just because? Would a bad person stick by her friend and keep faith in her, even when things looked bad? You're not just a good person. You're one of the most thoughtful, selfless people I've ever met. And if Shane or the others don't realize it, that's their problem, stemming from a lack of observation, not from you. If they just knew you like I do, And if they felt the way about you. He stopped, mouth agape.
Thanks, Satch.
Yeah, no problem. Anyway, tournament's starting soon. I don't care what Shane thinks, you're still part of the team. Let's get this thing over there. I wiped tears from my eyes and nodded.
Right.
Satch and I carried the heavy machine out of his room, down the steps, and out into campus. I was thankful for spring air, taking a brief breath before we hobbled our way across the grounds. It was good we get there early to set up, as my event was one of the first ones. Puffing and puffing, there was little time for conversation as we headed into town. The arcade at which the tournament was being held was much smaller than I expected. I felt like I'd find some kind of convention, but instead it was a small, local arcade filled with chains, small rooms split off, which were probably where the individual competitions take place throughout the day. A few people milled about the space, generally older folk in their 20s and 30s. Glancing at the agenda, my hand made way to one of the back rooms. When I entered the competition room, I found 2 chairs on an elevated platform. Theater projector sitting between them and hooked up to separate controllers. Ian sat in one of the chairs, looking bored out of his mind.
Good morning.
Ian.
Hey.
About time it showed up, I was starting to get worried that you died.
Oh, it's sweet of you to send.
Is it?
Yeah.
I was about to sit down and play when Jeff emerged out of nowhere and stood in front of me, avoiding my eyes.
Is everyone okay, Jeff?
Yeah, but, you should talk with Caddy after a tournament.
Okay. Why?
Well, he's a mysterious foreign exchange student.
Yeah, I know that.
Maybe not the mysterious part, but... So, look, take a word for it.
Okay, if you say so.
Right on!
Good, thank you.
No problem.
I watched Jeff disappear into the crowd and got into the chair next to Ian. A man came over to me and checked my name and club affiliation, said I'm at Pro Roots Club, saw Search Pride making me sit up straight, so I said it. There were chairs lined up for people to watch us compete, and to my surprise, the entire room soon filled. I searched the crowd to find Nora Boots' club. There they were. Everyone but Satch. Where was he? As I stared worriedly into the crowd, blurred movement caught my eye. Jeff was sitting in a chair on the edge of the road with the rest of the Hidden Block Club, watching me carefully. I smiled at him and he looked away. Finally, the lights around us dimmed and the projector started up, showing many Dundoon's revenge on screen. It was time to start. As the MC began his introduction to explain the game, he turned to base for space. Sure you're ready for this?
Yeah.
You bet I am.
Ready to go? The man turned to us, Ian and I nodded. Then, 3, 2, 1, start. Game began. Immediately clicked to fill my screen with 2 lower lines of blocks. Ian began to work for what he had. Scanned the blocks through the pink cards, slowing in one by one, making combos where I could. I still wasn't advanced enough to plan on not tons of combos ahead, but I could make it much more likely the combos having probability. Pinks were all but gone. Green was next. Some dude started flipping at the top of the screen. Ian must be comboing, which meant I had a few seconds before those blocks would fall. I set up a combo on top of the screen, and started eliminating the orange one blocks below it. Then it happened. Pick's combo jumped out at me from the screen. My eyes crossed, I stared at it and shot. I just had to move the top block over one space. Then, as quickly as I saw it, it vanished. The blocks looked normal again.
You're dead.
As Ian's blocks fell upon my humble kingdom, I slid the combo into place. 2, 3, 4, combo 5, combo 6, combo 7, combo 8, combo. Ian's attack converted the blocks and hard above mine. I set up several more combos, waited for him to fall. Then combo legendary. Some dudes started farting out rainbows over Ian's zone, then blocks. Just so many blocks. They didn't come in junk, they came in a torrential downpour, all over Ian's side. Sign off to the right and back again. Ian blinked, his hands and eyes moving frankly over the screen. I wasn't sure he had ever seen something like this before. I sure hadn't. I continued to combo while this was happening. At this point, there was no need. Ian's secret screen filled out. Kept trying to make counts to the end, but game over. That was it. I won. I stared, dumbfounded, at the screen in front of me. Ian's mouth hung open. The room was silent. Then,
Whoa!
yeah, Hana!
Aw, yeah.
I knew you could do it! I glanced up to see the room plotting, all of it, even the Hidden Block Club. The announcer escaped at the screen. I've never seen a score that high. Certain I was red as a tomato, it's good to climb down off the platform. Not so fast. Hana stepped in front of me, grim as always. I braced myself for his infamous sarcasm. Looked to my surprise, he laughed.
Hana.
That was a hell of a game, Hana. That's exactly what I want from you. He held a hand in the air, and I looked at it in confusion. He'll leave me hanging.
Yeah.
Oh,
I high-fived him, and he clasped my hand in his. Thanks, Hana. That was fun. Then he disappeared into the pressing crowd. I bumped around and shoved my way through, searching for Satch in a bundle of people.
Hana.
Hana. I turned around. Satch was behind me, grinning from ear to ear. I came just in time to see the end, and that was amazing. You managed to use Ian's strategy against him. How'd you do that?
oh. You know, practice?
Satch burst out laughing.
That's wonderful. What about your match?
It's starting soon.
Then come on, let's go.
I told Satch through the crowded arcade floor moved through the flood of new rivals playing at various machines.
Seems like it's good for business.
All participants play free, and you can get a day pass and play as much as you want.
No wonder.
We entered the invention room and paused, completely taken aback. Huge TVs lined the hall. People stood around various consoles, PCs, and other things I had never seen before. A group of middle-aged adults with clipboards were walking around in the room, inspecting the various inventions. Across the way, I saw Jimmy's talking to an older lady, presenting something on his 4DS to her with a sheepish grin. Thank goodness they haven't gotten to mine yet. We hustled across the room into the back corner with Satch's VR helmet perched on a chair, ready for people to try. Satch muttered to himself in a hushed voice, and I moved to the helmet and sat on the chair myself. People were roaming the room. Occasionally I would stop and ask a question or try something someone had worked on or bought. Took a treadmill for character movement. But mostly they were content to look and not touch. This isn't good. I need someone to demonstrate the machine or it won't get any notice. He eyed me over his shoulder. I rolled my eyes.
Eh?
Well, I would never ask, but if you would.
Yeah.
Of course I will.
I held the helmet in front of me, waiting while he turned on the TV screen out and projected what I was seeing and doing the entire room. Just in time. Judge is coming this way. An older woman was at the booth next to ours, talking to a young woman about her invention, face recognition software for dating applications. Have your virtual boyfriend really talk to you. A virtual dating game, eh? That sounded kind of fun. Her models are definitely an uncanny valley. Ready? Satch peered down at me. Things will be a bit different this time. Got a lot done since you last visited. Just behave naturally and move as you did last time.
Okay.
I slipped the helmet on my head and gave Satch a thumbs up. The machine swirled on a familiar whirring sound. I felt the dizziest fog in my mind once again. Thankfully, by now I was used to it. When I came to, I found myself in a room I knew well. My classroom. At least, I thought it was my classroom. When I looked around, the only people nearby were... Normal Boots members? I was sitting at a desk at the back of the chair. Class. Moving carefully, I slowly got out of the desk and moved across the room. It was weird to see my body moving without feeling it. With the helmet on, it really felt like I was in the classroom. Not that I was in the first-person perspective I saw in your typical shooter games. I could feel my body. I might have mistaken it for real life, which was cool, but also made me nervous. Please don't sell us to the government, Satch. I stood awkwardly in front of the boys, unsure what to do. What did Satch say? Act normally?
Hi.
Jared turned to me, sparking in the fluorescent light. Ah, hello there, good person. He flashed a brilliant smile and bowed low. If you would be so kind as to sit at the front of the room, we can begin.
Sure.
The Jared in front of me was similar to real Jared, but different. He seemed like a punched-up version, as if he were on steroids or something. He was somehow even more beautiful here than in real life. He moved with flowing grace, like he was made from liquid. Colonel, I thought we killed Liquid in the incident years ago. He seemed also natural, like an elf from Lord of the Necklaces. I sat in Shizuka's chair. The boy sat at the desk in front of me.
We're going to...
Gerard stopped mid-sentence, his brow ruffled, as if he forgot something. Going to... Huh? Has Satch not gotten this far? Should I do something? Alright. Should we have him dance, tickle fight, or make a confession? Let's confess.
Right.
Make a confession, right. In that case, I'll go first. Once I made PBG a peanut butter pie. The world swirled out of view for a moment, then I was in the dorm kitchens, watching PBG and Gerard talk to each other. Wow, you made me a pie. Oh, right. Of course, please eat it. You're so generous, Gerard.
You're a great friend.
Nah, I just want to thank you for being my friend. I suppressed a chuckle as PBG dipped a fork into the pie and took a bite. So, how is it? Well... PBG froze and dropped his fork. His hands flew to his throat. Ugh. PBG, what's wrong? I forgot to tell you. He turned to face me, and both he and Gerard gave me a giant thumbs up.
Yeah.
I'm allergic to peanut butter. Then they froze.
Yeah.
PBG, allergic to peanut butter. Just let that sink in for a second. Then they froze. I moved up to them and touched them. Nothing was happening. It seemed this was as far as Satch got. Just as I was about to panic, a door at the far end of the room opened, and I saw a flash of pink. It's myself. Oh no.
Hello.
Hello, fancy meeting you here.
It was me. I was talking to myself. Kind of. This was a version of myself I had never seen before. It was... well, she was beautiful. Certainly more beautiful than I considered myself to be. She's glowing. It's glowing. She smiled brightly, and the room around us seemed to glow. No, it was actually glowing. My other Hana's presence made the room glow.
I'm happy you came to see me. I was worried about my friends there, so I wanted to check up on them. I ended up running into a new friend. Don't worry, I've got you. As long as I'm by your side, you don't need to worry. Are you?
Something tapped me on the shoulder. I about jumped a foot in the air. Think. My VR sight didn't change, so I was confused until I heard Satch's voice from somewhere above me. You can take off the helmet now. I removed the helmet, seeing the real world come to form around me. Suddenly I felt my feet back on the ground. Even though my sense of touch never left me, somehow it only felt real when the visuals around me matched up. Satch stood in front of me, a blush across his cheeks.
Right on.
I think things went really well. I knew we could count on you. You thought fast and you saw through the bugs and glitches and messed up scenarios. Without you, the program might have gotten stuck and the third judge would have never seen what it was capable of.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
About?
Huh.
Anyway, I have to fill out some forms now, so... He started backing away as he said it.
Of course, right, I'll just...
Yeah, great, bye. He turned and dashed away. I watched him go, bewildered. So... was that how Satch saw me? If it was, Hello, tournament competitors. The scores sheets are now in. Tally the scores, announce the winners in a few minutes. Announce... Did Satch really have forms fill out? I walked around the room for a bit, looking at the different inventions. Some of them were pretty neat, but I didn't bother trying them out. After my event Satch's VR machine, I felt drained, a little lightheaded. Some 15 minutes passed before I heard the MC again. Hello, tournament competitors, and thank you for your patience. I would like to announce our winners. In third place, Jimmy Sunder, with his extremely detailed level design and analyzer. Some guy with a crazy hairdo walked up to the front of the room. grabbed his medal and bowed. Second place, Tom Grishawiak, for his robot can memorize choices and form the basis of a personality. An older man received a silver medal, thanking the MC in a Polish accent. In first place, Satchel Drakes for his revolutionary VR that can control move nothing but thought. A rush of cheers filled the auditorium. Satch jumped up to the front podium, accepted his gold medal, thanked his audience, and fled. I ran to his booth to congratulate him. When I got there, he was completely swarmed by people. Looks of it, some were reporters. Or businessmen? I bounded up and down, waving at him till he caught a glimpse of me. I gave him a thumbs up and he grinned at me in return. I wouldn't be talking with him for a while. I left Satch's booth and wandered around the room, wondering what to do with myself. Then I saw Caddy over at Jimmy's booth, waiting to speak to him. Suddenly, Jeff's warning came back to mind. You should talk to Caddy. Curious, I approached. He shifted nervously as he watched me come, but smiled when I stood in front of him.
Hey!
Hana. Fancy seeing you here.
Yeah, fancy seeing you here at the tournament while we're all competing.
I chuckled and he laughed loudly. Too loudly, I watched him shift his hands in his pockets, glance furtively around the room.
Caddy, is everything okay?
Yeah, everything is fine. So I've been good at talking to cute girls.
I glanced at him in surprise and he chuckled. It was flattering, but I realized I would rather have someone else said it. I bit my lip.
You seem rather skittish.
Yeah, but I'm always like that, aren't I? He grinned again. Whatever Jeff wanted me to ask Caddy about, he wasn't having it. Finally. 3 of the people who had been talking to him, Jimmy joined our group. Caddy, hey. Hana, Owen, Wallid? While he was crossing the room, evidently having come from his events. Jimmy sighed. I guess I never had a chance of being Satch, did I? I worked so hard on that breeding AI for this generation Nokemon games. I thought I could help save so many Nokemon fans so much time. It's okay, Jimmy. You did your best, and that's definitely something you would do. I guess so, but how'd yours go? About that. Oh, he trailed off, eyes downcast.
Yay!
Yes!
I couldn't resist punching the air, joy rolling from my shoulder. That's awful rude, Hana.
Sorry, if you can't take the heat, get out of the kitchen.
I can't believe you actually said that.
Seriously.
I can't believe you lost.
Neither can I. If you seriously do you think my future career if things are going like this?
Your future career? As what?
As in... Actually, never mind.
But
Now. Eddie threw his arms around Jimmy and Wally's necks. If all the events are over, it's time to have some fun, eh? Come on, let's go. Tournament practice. Players get free games all day, and I'm not about to let the opportunity go to waste. You with it, too, Hana. I noticed. For now, tournament results are unknown, and Satch was being interviewed for his paradigm-shifting invention. There was nothing to do but play. We played our hearts out at the end of the tournament, roaming from pinball machines, shooters, and rhythm games. People left one by one for their events, returning with good and bad news, but never did an outside force take a title. By the end of the day, we were exhausted and sweaty, and the air inside the tiny arcade was muggy with humidity. The MC from the tournament finally tallied the scores and stood on stage, microphone in hand. The winner of the 2015 South-Southwest tournament is... the Normal Boots Club.
yes!
I screamed and clapped, and we swarmed on stage. Poor MC didn't know what hit him. And celebrated on stage, Paul grabbed the microphone.
Alright!
We'd like to thank our friends and fans for always supporting us, and there's something else we'd like to do. He grabbed my hand and tugged me to the front of the stage. I looked at Satch bewilderment, and he gave me a thumbs up. We've treated our friend Hana terribly this past year. We'd like to formally apologize to her and our friend about it. He bowed to me, as did the entire rest of Norwood's Club. I waved my hands aimlessly, trying to get this to stop happening. We would like to recognize that Hana is now, and has always been, a member of the Normal Boots Club. I clapped my hands over my mouth in sheer surprise. And now that she's won a match, it's official.
But what about the boots?
You know, they're an important symbolic gesture and all, but they're just gold boots. We get new ones. Oh, right. Kids. Paul gestured off stage, and I turned to see a red-faced Shane with Norabu's jacket in hand. I'm sorry to have been so distrustful, Hana. Welcome to the club. He lifted the jacket over my shoulders and patted me gently on the back. Tears filled my eyes, but pulled him into a hug.
You're hoping to be friends now.
But he can if he stopped hugging me. Last route you were willing to be hugged. That's Satch's point. I released him and he fled back within the crowd. As our members trickle off stage, search for Satch found being at me from within. Hey, reporters, curious investors. My heart started racing, suddenly memory flashed my mind. What is your dream? What will you do after that one's accomplished? My dream. I have achieved it. New friends, Norwood's club, winning a tournament. I had everything I wanted. So, now what? What do I do now? I returned to my room, calming my heart. I couldn't believe we won the tournament. I won the tournament. I was part of the Norwood's club. I pulled out my keys and braced myself for the inevitable. Who knew what waited for me on the other side of that door?
Hana!
I pounced on me, big a high-pitched wail.
I didn't go tell you what happened, did you win?
Of all days for Mai to have her biggest volleyball game of the year, I had to fall on the same day as the tournament. She was bouncing up and down, jostling me with every jump.
Oh my, hang on, get off me!
She's out the way and I gasped for air.
Sorry.
She stared at me in shock.
What happened?
I held a trembling finger to my chest and I looked down.
Yeah. And I was your jacket. You won the tournament? You joined Nobu's?
The entirety of the dorm probably hurt her. No, the entirety of Japan. She grabbed my hands and spun me in a small circle around the room. I stumbled over Michelin's piles of books, mine's backpacks, and papers.
You did it! You did it! Stop this, please stop! I'm gonna be sick.
The sound of a knock at the door made us both freeze in our tracks.
What?
What's that? Who's there? You don't think they want the jacket back, do you?
Of course not. They wouldn't do that, would they?
Knock came again.
Open the door.
I gulped and approached the door as one would an enraged dog. Then I squinted shut and pulled it open. Hana?
Ian?
Hey.
Hey.
Uh,
Is Mai there too? Mai poked her head around the corner. Oh, good. Do you mind coming with me, both of you?
is something wrong?
Not particularly. Ian didn't seem like he wanted to explain any further, so Mai and I followed him out the campus. So congratulations on winning the tournament.
Thank you.
And come next year, I'm totally kicking your ass.
We'll see about that.
I watched the stars glistening in her eyes.
I'm in heaven, I'm in heaven.
Ian led us to Poppy Hall. As we swept through his corridors, I had an inkling about where he was taking us. When we stopped in front of the Hidden Block Club room, I realized I was correct. He opened the door and moved as if to go in first, and apparently thought better of it and gestured for us to go first. Inside, I found a smiling Satch in the Hidden Block Club, who all looked somewhat sheepish. Caddy stood to one side, blood red. Ian came in behind us and shut the door. Ian sighed. Caddy took the boots.
What?
Glanced at Caddy, who messed with his hands and stared at the floor. I was shifting through a mixture of emotions beside me. It was probably better he couldn't look at her. It was supposed to be a stupid prank, but then he dropped them and broke them, so... I took them to get them fixed, and while they were getting repaired, you two came under fire. Everyone took it way harder than I thought they would, considering they've just a pair of boots, so by the time they were fixed, I couldn't bear the thought of returning them. I procrastinated, and you all started fighting, and then you weren't talking to each other, and it made it harder and harder to return them. I kept thinking about how mad everyone would be, and how much you two suffered. I hid them in my closet and ignored them, but eventually Jeff came across them, and, well... I looked at Jeff, who gave me an awkward thumbs up. I'm really sorry, please forgive me. Teddy got down on his hands and knees and laid on the floor. Please walk on my head.
Please get up.
The
Oh no, you're not getting off the hook that easily. I strolled over to Caddy and grabbed his ear. Ah! Coming with me! I dragged him off the ground and pulled him out of the room. Caddy squealed as he went. Their screams echoed down the hallway until they dissolved into silence. That's what he gets.
Well, that's good.
Right on.
Hana and I can take the boots back to our club. You mean...
Alright!
Whoa, she's got a jacket. It's true. I grinned and showed off my club patch.
The newest addition to our bus club. You got it.
Luke whistled.
Oh yeah.
Well done, Hana.
No, it wasn't that big of a deal.
Anyway, we should get going. Satch grabbed one side of the boots and looked at me.
Yeah.
Right.
I grabbed the other end of the boots, which were surprisingly cold. Together, Satch and I lifted the sucker and shuffled towards the door.
Hey!
Satch, I'm gonna beat you next year, got it? We'll see about that. Also, Steven Galaxy's on later tonight, so
Yes.
I'll be there. Thus, we were on our awkward, shuffling way. For some reason, the walk to the club room was awkward. The sunset faded and night had fallen around us. Although we technically weren't supposed to still be out, I was used to roaming the halls at night. Since Satch was there with me, I felt safe. I focused on not moving too quickly and trying not to complain about the cramping pain in my fingers. Helped me to avoid Satch's eyes. Was it always this tense around him? What changed? Not sure how to handle. Suddenly Satch broke the silence, talking to himself? Me? In a series of quiet moments.
Satch.
Satch?
He jolted as if woken from a dream, nearly dropping the boots. I scrambled to accommodate the sudden shift and wait as he gathered himself. Sorry.
No big deal. What were you whispering about?
Well,
Well, how was he hesitating? Even with the worst of news, Satch delivered it effortlessly. My VR machine. People have sent me offers. Some want to buy it, some want to fund me as I develop it. Regardless, I'm going to be fine. I'll be able to stay at Asagao.
Yay!
That's great.
Have you found a new dream?
Oh,
The sudden question took me off guard and I flushed, so you remembered that too.
I was thinking about it earlier.
In the past few months, I learned so many things about friendship, trust, honesty, loyalty, choice. Even, maybe, love. I felt myself flush and cleared my throat.
Not yet, but I'm sure I will. How about you?
We finally reached the hallway the Normal Boots Club room was in and edged along towards the door. Perhaps.
Huh?
Satch refused to elaborate further, and I, seeing the door, was content focusing on bringing these blasted boots to their rightful place. Satch opened the door with a deftly maneuvered foot. We finally brought the boots back to their rightful place, the closet and back of the room. I released them onto the cushion. I immediately started rubbing Bud Black in my hands.
My fingers.
That thing. Ridiculously heavy for a pair of boots. Satch held the ring of keys out to me. Care to do the honors? I laughed. Taking the keys, I turned to the boots.
You are more trouble than you're worth, but guess I'll get to know you better from now on. I'll hail the boots.
I blew a kiss at them, then shut the doors. I held up the keys to the heavens.
May these boots stay forever locked in their rightful place.
With that, I locked the closet door and turned cheerfully to Satch. He was staring at me, eyes shining brightly.
Satch.
Satch?
Hana.
Hana, this might come as a surprise to you. I didn't want to bring it up, not while you're going through so much. But I think I've fallen for you. You're so kind, so hardworking, so... He shook his head at Alex. I was hoping... No. I wanted to tell you, I admire you. You inspire me. The whole time I was working on the VR machine, I was thinking of you. How you reacted when you experienced it. What your impression would be. That's why I was able to work so hard, even before I lost my job. I watched you using it during the tournament. To be honest, I felt better than anything that came after it, even winning. So, hi.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Satch? You has been there for you all this whole ordeal. I get the bottom of the boot station because it was the right thing to do. You stood by my side even when events point to the contrary. And here I thought my feelings were one-sided.
What?
What? I laughed and moved to give him a hug. Yes. Ending CG. Satch embraced me in turn, beaming. Yes. We did it. But when?
I don't know.
I don't know. It happened somewhere along the way. There was a moment. There was no fireworks. As time went on, I realized I want you by my side no matter what. I couldn't stand the idea that, for whatever reason, you might not be. I kissed him on the cheek. I lightly smacked him on the shoulder. We ended up staying there the whole night on the floor of the Normal Boots club room, just talking. Together, we reflected on how much we learned from each other. Satch, how to rely on others and trust people. Me, how to believe my power to change situations, trust my friends, to be honest. We're gonna save here, because that's a quote that I want to focus on when I review this route. We were so excited and so happy. We hardly noticed time slipping away until it was already dawn. Said our quiet goodbyes in front of Primrose's house and I slipped away to sleep. There was a club meeting next day, after all. I'd see him soon. By the time I got to the club room, everyone else was already seated and waiting. I made eye contact with Satch, a huge grin spraying across his face, and I flushed. Better not to look at him. I'd be dead giveaway. Satch, what's wrong with you? Yeah, you're grinning like a maniac. Is it about your machine? Nope. But you're not gonna tell us?
No.
No. That's not fair.
Okay. Alright.
I'll tell you when you guess. Okay. You got a puppy. I wish. You found your distantly related to Shakespeare.
No.
No, but good guess. You're performing live in concerts because you created a boy band of Gerard and 2 other kids from Asagao. A boy band? Like that would ever happen? I got big bad bosses. It wasn't a bad idea.
Hey.
Hana, do you have any ideas?
What, me? Maybe he got an engineering scholarship?
I keep telling you, you'll never guess. Oh, it's just a matter of time. But now, why don't we get this meeting started? There's another tournament coming up soon, and we've got a new member to inaugurate. But yeah, we gotta do her initiation ritual. All cackled, rubbing his hands together like a grasshopper. You're coming soon. Wonderful, wonderful.
Hana.
Hana. Don't worry about it, Hana. It won't hurt a bit. And so began the rest of my time at Asagao. Fast end. Hell yes. We did it. So. Satch was pretty alright. You learn a lot about friendship in this one. Also, you learn a bit about Hana's dark past. The one that she's been fearful of. The one that's plagued her for all these years. And with the choices that we made, we had her overcome the adversity and press forward to grow and improve as a person. I felt like this route, it wasn't so much about romancing Satch, because you didn't really do too much romantic with him. It was more focused on, like, Hana's, like, growth and helping Mai also grow as a person. And given Satch's preferences, that makes a lot of sense, actually. So, for that reason, I feel like this route is extremely different from the rest of the game, because in the rest of the game, Hana is, like, more romantically involved with everyone else, in a sense. Some fashion or another. It's a little bit weird, the word, but I'm glad that this route's in the game, because it's very much different from what you would expect from like a dating visual novel sim thing. Yeah, that. Anyway, I saved that screen because that's kind of the crux of what you're supposed to gain from this route. Like, how to overcome, like, the adversity to make changes, press forward. There's something that I learned a long time ago from fraternity. If you want to see change, change it. And so we did. And now we have this thing. Louder! I want you to hear you scream it to the heavens! I emerged from my dorm the next morning, ready to head to class, and stop in front of a spectacle that never in my life would I have expected to see. I am a bad Kappa. I'm glad this exists. I steal things to let my friends get in trouble for it. I'm a bad Kappa.
Ow!
Louder! I am a bad Kappa!
Why, what are you doing?
You didn't think I was just gonna let him get away with this, did you?
What a jerk!
He gave us weeks of suffering.
Yeah, but everything worked out okay, and cut him some slack.
I'll cut him some slack when he's dead. Again! I am a bad Kappa! I also liked how they changed his name to Cappy for that. I backed away slowly as other students gathered around the commotion. And bumped into someone.
Oh, pardon me.
I froze. Miss Shizuka stood next to Mr. Saitomo, his arm around her waist. She was absolutely bursting with joy, holding her hand in front of her as if her nails were drying.
Oh, Hana, I'm glad you're here. I'm going around announcing it to everybody. I want to include my favorite student.
Favorite student?
Me and Charles have decided to get married.
She screamed this last word out to the heavens, as if sending a signal to another planet. I heard it bounce off Mars and ricochet towards Saturn. If he yelled loud enough, he might summon a fucking gnomon. Don't want to think about it.
Oh man!
I glanced at Saitomo, and he winked at me. All at once, I remembered running to him in the dead of night and how he walked me back to my dorm without ever saying a word against my being out. Was it because he was sneaking around to see Miss Shizuka? I stared at the two as Shizuka leaned over to kiss Mr. Saitomo on the cheek. I'd never seen her happier, and Mr. Saitomo seemed 10 years younger in his presence. I shook my head.
Seriously.
I wish you both great happiness.
Thank you, Hana. I'm sure we will have it.
Yes, I agree.
Miss Shizuka wrapped her hands in Mr. Saitomo's.
That prince has finally come.
I waved and passed them, giving them all the privacies they'd so clearly desired. Jesus. As I headed across campus, a voice called out to me.
Hana.
There you are. How are you doing? I shook my head.
Well...
Just let Asagao come here, it gets easier.
No. He slid an arm around my shoulder, grinning mischievously.
Okay, maybe some things do.
And so...
Asagao Academy, Normal Boots Club.
And Luke sends off that. Hell yes. Alright. We'll look at what that choice involves later, the one that I saved here. But, yeah, I'll do that in like a sort of like extra stream sort of. Probably not the next time we meet for the book club. With that said, we are going to go find a person to raid in the meantime.